Hello. Hello. Check. No.
Very good morning to all the dignitaries of the dais. I'm very sorry for the late. Dignitaries have arrived. Shortly we are going to commence our program. So we call this state consultation meet from all the stakeholders. That is the honorable judges dealing with the POCSO cases, Juvenile Justice Board Principal Magistrates, and PPs who are attending the POCSO courts, and SJPU police personnel, and DCPOs, in charges of Sakhi Center, and also Bharosa Center, and the chairperson and members of the SEPCR. We thought that these officers are very relevant as they are dealing with the POCSO offences. So with this, for this 2 days consultation meet, I hope that you will enrich or further add to your knowledge to dispense justice to the victims. Thank you for your patient sitting. Thank you for your kind cooperation. For my officers, I wanted to convey the message. Now the Honorable Supreme Court of India, the Honorable the Chief Justice of India, and the executive dignitaries arriving. Rakesh. Kindly be seated. And namaskar and a very good morning to one and all present over here in the state level stakeholders consultation meet 2025. Before we begin with today's consultation meet, let us take a moment to acknowledge one of the most urgent responsibilities we share as individuals, as professions, and as a society. Every child has the right to grow up in a safety, dignity, and without fear. Sexual abuse is a profound violation of that right with lasting consequences that affect not just the individual but the fabric of our communities. It is our duty to ensure that survivors are heard, believed, and supported, and that system of prevention, justice, and care are strengthened and enforced. It is with that spirit this state level stakeholders consultation meet is being held today under the aegis of Women Safety Wing, Women Development Child Welfare Department, UNICEF, and Telangana State Legal Service Authority in this auditorium. Dr. Sri.A.Revanth, Human Resource Development, Hyderabad, in the august presence of my Lord Honorable Sri Justice Suryakanth, Judge, Supreme Court of India, and Executive Chairman, NALSA, and the Honorable Chief Minister of Telangana, Honorable Sri.A.Revanth Reddy Garu, and my Lords, Honorable Sri Justice Sujaypal Garu, Acting Chief Justice for the State of Telangana and Patron-in-Chief of Telangana State Legal Service Authority, and Honorable Sri Justice P. Samkoshi Garu, Judge, High Court for the State of Telangana and Executive Chairman of SALSA, and other honorable judges of the High Court and other dignitaries, a very good morning. I Panchakshri, Member Secretary, Telangana State Legal Service Authority. On behalf of all the 4 departments, I welcome you to this consultation meet. The dignitaries of the dais, participants present over here who have graced the occasion, ladies and gentlemen, to the city of pearls and a historic and culturally rich metropolis, Hyderabad. We are deeply honored to have among us a galaxy of distinguished dignitaries whose presence today elevates the significance of this occasion. May I now invite our today's chief guest, Honorable Sri Justice Suryakanth Garu, Judge, Supreme Court of India and Executive Chairman, National Legal Service Authority, to kindly grace the dais. I request Sri D. Kiran Kumar Garu, Secretary DLSA, to escort the Honorable Suryakanth Garu. Now I humbly invite today's our guest of honor, Honorable Sri.A.Revanth Reddy Garu, Chief Minister of Telangana State, to kindly adorn the dais, and I request M.A. Javed Pasha Garu to kindly conduct our esteemed guest. Now I humbly invite today's our guest of honor, Honorable Sri Justice Sujaypal Garu, Acting Chief Justice, High Court for the State of Telangana and Patron-in-Chief, to kindly adorn the dais, and I request Vikram Garu to conduct our esteemed guest to the dais. Now I humbly request respected Dr. Jitendra, IPS, Director General of Police, Telangana, to kindly join us on the dais. Now I request respected Madam Cynthia McCaffrey, representative of UNICEF India, to kindly take the seat on the dais, and I request Milind Kamble, Secretary, Legal Service Authority, to escort Madam. To begin with, I humbly seek permission of the Honorable Chair to declare the inaugural session as open. Thank you, my Lord. The inaugural session is declared as opened. As a gesture of our heartfelt respect and in recognition of their distinguished service to the nation, we now present saplings to our honorable guests on the dais. To do the honors, I now request Honorable Sri Justice Sujaypal Garu, Acting Chief Justice of Telangana High Court and Patron-in-Chief of SLSA, to kindly present a sapling to Honorable Mr. Justice Suryakanth, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Sapling. Ivama. May I now request Honorable Justice Moushami Bhattacharya Madam, Judge, High Court for the State of Telangana, to present a sapling. No, Sorry, I request Honorable Sri Justice P. Samkoshi Garu, Judge, High Court for the State of Telangana, to present a sapling to Honorable Sri Justice A.Revanth Reddy Garu. Sorry, my Lord, Honorable A.Revanth Reddy Garu, Chief Minister of Telangana State. May I now request Honorable Madam Justice Moushami Bhattacharya Madam to present a sapling to Honorable Sri Justice Sujaypal Garu, Acting Chief Justice, High Court for the State of Telangana. May I now request Ms. Charu Sinha Madam, Additional DGP CID, Women Safety Wing, to present a sapling to Sri Dr. Jitendra IPS, DGP Telangana. Now I request Sri Dr. Jalalam B. Tafassi, Chief Field of Office, to kindly present a sapling to Madam Cynthia McCaffrey, representative of UNICEF India. Now I request all the dignitaries present on and off the dais and the esteemed guests, participants and everyone present in this auditorium to kindly rise for national song Vande Mataram. Thank you, my lords. Thank you. May I now request Madam Cynthia McCaffrey, representative of UNICEF India, to kindly deliver the welcome address. Madam, please.
Honorable Justice Sri.A.Revanth, Judge Supreme Court of India, Sri Reddy, Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Justice Paul, Acting Chief Justice of the High Court of Telangana, Dr. Jitendra, Director General of Telangana Police, all representatives distinguished from the Judiciary Government of Telangana, all stakeholders, namaskar. On behalf of UNICEF India, it is truly our honor to join you today at this landmark event that demonstrates the highest regard with which Telangana holds the protection of children's rights and well-being. And let me begin with this simple quote: "Justice is not served until it reaches the last woman standing in the queue." These are not words from an international convention. These are words written by Savitribai Phule, a charismatic social reformer of India who promoted girls' education and women's rights in the 19th century. And just this month, on July 2nd, the National Institute of Public Cooperation and Child Development was renamed Savitribai Phule National Institute of Women and Children Development, that recognizes the incredible leadership that India has had for women and children's rights. So it's long before any international conventions or international law that Phule gave us the accountability and the responsibility to defend those who are in the most need of their rights in even the hardest times. And India has stood at the helm, recognizing and also creating frameworks that are not just the minimum standard for children's rights, but constantly looking at how to ever expand the effort for children's rights and making sure that you're building a society that is a model across India, but also for the globe, to create a place where children can survive safely, but also to thrive and dream their dreams and reach their aspirations. So that's why it is particularly an honor to be here and to welcome all of us as we sit together with those of you who are creating the legal frameworks, and also those of you on the front lines, the first responders, police, judges, prosecutors, the social workers, counselors, our child-line functionaries, civil society, families and communities themselves, who are meeting and trying to respond to difficult cases that help children to survive but also rehabilitate and thrive. Let me emphasize the following points as we think about the next 2 days. Foundation. The Convention on the Rights of the Child is the most ratified convention in the world. It is a marker of global cooperation that we are here to protect children's rights and their well-being. And protecting them from violence, protecting them to be safe, is a bedrock a cornerstone of all their other rights. If a child is safe, then we're able to build on that, their health, their nutrition, their education. And then with that, they can grow resiliently. And so can nations around the world. Second, obligation. When we think about that foundation of rights, it reminds us that a child's rights is not a nice thing to do or a charitable thing. It's our obligation, it's our responsibility. And it's the whole of society that has to do it. It's cross-disciplinary. As we will talk about more and more today, sexual violence is pervasive globally. And it's harmful in many ways and for many reasons, including some deeply entrenched social norms. And so how do we work together to create that social power and change the social dynamics that enable children, and particularly those marginalized children, especially girls, to be able to have those rights? And at the same time, how do we look at the types of barriers that you're looking at every day that helps ensure disclosure and justice for individuals at every level, in every aspect, institutional and societal? I've talked about these prevalence. So what does that mean? As we look at India, some of the figures, if we look at NFHS 5 data from 2019 to 2021, almost 40% of women, 39% of women across India between the ages of 25 and 49 report having had sexual contact before the age of 18. Within that age group, 10% report having had sexual contact before the age of 15. In addition, India, and this state, is not just looking at the present challenges, but we're also looking at upcoming challenges like the internet, which creates opportunities, but it's also creating a global market for child sexual abuse materials and nefarious opportunities. So that is our foundation, obligation, and the third is demonstration. Demonstrating that we can make change. And India has demonstrated how to make change through its strong legal and policy frameworks that protect children from sexual offenses online and offline. And it's commendable what India has done as we look at services that provide to survivors special courts, legal aid, support persons, one-stop centers, and other services that help rehabilitate children. And they build on strong foundations that we see in the Ministry of Women and Child Development through Shakti and Vatsalya missions. This demonstrates India's commitment, but also building these strong foundations and meeting its obligations for children. I'm glad to be here because I've had the opportunity to talk directly about Bharosa centers by the Telangana Women's Safety Wing, the SHE teams, the Bal Raksha Bhavans of all child protection services coming under one roof, converged in one place, which is what children need. The efforts made in Hyderabad to issue identity certificates, Aadhaar, caste, disability, to all children wherever they are, care institutions, and all of these initiatives that build child protection across the state. My fourth is steadfast action. It's important to demonstrate what we're doing, but at the same time, how do we continue to expand action and the care journey that's necessary for a child so that they have professional restorative help throughout their journey? December 19th has been declared the Day of Prevention of and Healing from Child Sexual Abuse. It calls for 3 actions, and I put them on the table for our discussions in the days ahead. First is strong legislation that meet global standards, that can be a model and can be steadfast. India, I'm happy to note, and as I've said, has done so. Second is a call for strong child protection systems with adequate resources. And we're seeing that as we look at Mission Vatsalya and Shakti. December 19th also calls for supplementing that from states. And we're seeing that here in this state. How do you make sure you complement from all levels those strong child systems? And 3, December 19th calls for attention to working with communities. And here I would say it's worth our extra attention. We have to be where children live, learn, and play in order to protect them. Because in order to really make a change, we want to change some of the societal norms. And the greatest part of justice is prevention in the first place. So strengthening those investments in working with communities, working at the sub-district level that allows children to be seen when they're at risk, early detection, investing in things like teaching children about safety, creating child-friendly spaces that allows them to speak up about violence they may be experiencing. And all this helps to break silence and the stigma. Closer to communities also means it's easier to talk with adolescents who are often at a crossroads, and being able to talk to adolescents, giving them education that gives them agency, as well as the ability to make informed decisions. Comprehensive reproductive health can help bridge those gaps, and India is making great strides as it's working through the Government of India's School of Health and Wellness program under Ayushman Bharat. These are very important practical interventions that make a difference, and I commend the Women in Safety Wing of the Telangana Police, which is taking these actions in similar strides. My fifth is partnership. UNICEF is very happy to be here, looking and working with partners like all of you. UNICEF works with government at the national level and at the state level in order to engage stakeholders, in order to help build capacity of workforce, those on the front lines, in order to help build systems that rehabilitate survivors and genuinely bring technical support that can help create child-friendly procedures, child-friendly spaces, and engage communities. So with that, I'd like to just reiterate the 5 points that I hope we build on here, and that UNICEF is committed to not just rattling off and saying we do these things, but how do we expand them even further and bring the lessons that the state is proving here across India, but also how does UNICEF take that globally and help protect children around the world. So building the dreams into reality. The foundation, our obligations to meet that, demonstration, steadfast action, and genuine partnership together. And I think Dr. Ambedkar, he summed it up best when he said it is not enough to dream of a better world, one must work tirelessly to make it a reality. So thank you to all of you who work tirelessly to make it a reality.
Thank you, Madam, for the warm welcome address. May I now request Sri Dr. Jitendra IPS, DGP Telangana, to address the participants. Sir, please.
Honorable guests for today's conference for ensuring justice, rehabilitation and reintegration for child victims, strengthening POCSO and child protection ecosystems. Honorable Justice Shri Suryakanth Ji, Judge Supreme Court of India and Executive Chairman, National Legal Services Authority. Honorable Sri.A.Revanth Reddy Garu, Chief Minister of Telangana State, Honorable Justice Sujoy Paul, Acting Chief Justice, High Court of State of Telangana and Patron and Chief, Telangana State Legal Services Authority, Cynthia McFerray, representative of UNICEF in India, all the Honorable Justices of Telangana High Court, members of Judiciary, esteemed dignitaries, police and other government officials, civil rights experts, representatives of civil society and development partners, especially Ms. Charu Sinha, Chief of Women's Safety of Telangana Police, and Ms. Anita, Secretary for Women and Child Welfare Department, and all boys and girls, good morning. It is a privilege to be part of national platform that brings together key stakeholders committed to child protection and justice delivery under POCSO Act, Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act. At the outset, I extend my warm greetings to all the participants and commend the efforts of Judiciary, Women's Safety Wing of Telangana, Women and Child Welfare of Government of Telangana in organizing this critical and timely conference. POCSO Act and the Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act are most significant legislations in this country towards child safety and dignity. Yet more than a decade after this enactment, we still face real challenges on the ground. Some challenges are like delays in trials, high rates of witness withdrawal, inadequate convergence between the systems, and most importantly, the risk of re-traumatizing the child while seeking justice. Conference rightly places its focus on rehabilitation and reintegration, not as secondary aspects but as central pillars of the justice process. In Telangana, we have tried to respond to these gaps through a unique systemic innovation that Bharosa centers. It was established in Telangana and now it is scaled to 29 operational centers as one-stop crisis response and integrated support system for survivors of rape and child sex abuse. It brings together police, legal, medical and psychological services under one roof, away from police stations and hospitals as is evidently required by the POCSO Act. Every center has a dedicated child-friendly counseling room with age-appropriate material toys, visual tools and calm spaces to reduce fear and anxiety among the victims. Child psychologists and counselors trained in child-specific communication methods as well as medical and paramedical support persons provide key roles during this BNSS statement, medical examinations and helping investigating officers elicit trauma-informed disclosures. Dedicated support persons and legal support staff ensure that child and family are not left to navigate the justice system alone. An enabling ecosystem for POCSO should not be an isolated initiative. It is just enabler for the justice. We now operate one of the country's most advanced child-friendly courtrooms, facilitated through Hyderabad Bharosa Center, where children can depose without entering into so-called intimidating courtrooms environment. Does not have to confront the accused and feel free as well as confident. This is being scaled across all the districts in the state of Telangana. Convergence between Bharosa and juvenile justice system, including CWCs, DCPWs, JJBs and the courts, should grow further to become a comprehensive model for interagency collaboration. We have built strong referral system, fast-tracked it, medico-legal processes and ensured timely access to victim compensation as well as established an emergency victim assistance fraud. Despite its progressive framework, the juvenile justice system continues to face some challenges. The convergence between juvenile justice boards, CWCs, police and support services often lacks consistency and structure. Delays in rehabilitation planning, weak legal aid and inconsistent application of child-friendly procedures contribute to gaps in justice delivery process. Additionally, limited access to psychological counseling and slow victim compensation processes hinder full reintegration of child into the society. Observation and children home often are regarded as operating under suboptimal conditions, poor hygiene, lack of medical personnel, inadequate security, and limited educational or vocational support. Many homes lack trained staff and structured rehabilitation pathways, leading to emotional disengagement and increased risk of absconding. Weak admission documentation and monitoring systems further compromise child safety and traceability. To strengthen synergy between POCSO framework and juvenile justice system, joint operating procedures and streamlined referral mechanisms must be institutionalized. Cross-departmental trainings involving CWCs, JJBs, police and child welfare staff are essential. Dedicated rehabilitation tracking should ensure continuity of care rescue to long-term integration. Infrastructure and HR upgradation in CWCs and JGBs, along with monitoring indicators for timeless and child sensitivity are critical. Confidential data sharing and prioritizing children's voices and trauma recovery reaffirm that justice includes hearing and dignity, not the conviction. Let the conference be a platform not just for deliberation but for commitment. Let us together reaffirm that justice for children is not just about conviction rates but about restoration, safety and healing. State of Telangana, under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, is committed to strengthening the Bharosa model further and sharing our learnings to contribute to national and state frameworks. We welcome collaboration, innovation and shared vision for all present here. Let us all be together and take care of life and dignity of all people who deserve it. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your special address on this inaugural session. I now request Honorable Mr. Justice Sujaypal Garu, Acting Chief Justice, High Court for the State of Telangana and Patron-in-Chief, Telangana State Legal Service Authority, to kindly illuminate us with your Honor's special address.
Honorable Shri Justice Sri.A.Revanth Ji, Judge, Supreme Court of India, and Executive Chairman, National Legal Services Authority, New Delhi, Honorable Chief Minister Sri.A.Revanth Reddy, my esteemed colleagues present in the auditorium, the Learned Advocate General, Learned Additional Advocate General, the Shri Jitendra, IPS, Director General of Police, Telangana State, Ms. Cynthia McFrey, Representative of UNICEF, Ms. Charu Sinha, IPS, Srimati Anita Ramchandran, IAS, Secretary, Women Development and Child Welfare Department, Shri Panchakshri, Member Secretary, the resource persons, the stakeholders from different departments. Very good morning and welcome to all of you to this very important meet today, where we would like to discuss frankly about the issues before us so that we can come to a conclusion. But before coming to that, I would like your attention on the very, very relevant data which will show us the picture regarding POCSO matters. In December 20, the pending cases in Telangana regarding POCSO were 5267. In December 21, it became 6828. In December 22, it became 10,589. Comparing from December 20, when it was 5267, in December 22, within 2 years, it became almost double, 10,589. In January 23, it was 10,605, and at present data is available up to October 24, where the figure was 8308. This alarming increase is only one aspect of which causes worry. The another aspect and the another data which is more alarming, which is more dangerous, is that 98% accused are either family members, relatives, friends or neighbors. And therefore, in such a situation, a child victim who is subjected to sexual abuse, it is very difficult to withstand the social pressure. And in most of the cases, our experience is that that victim turns hostile because of the family and social pressure. In that event, what is very important to record conviction and stop this is the scientific evidence, the other circumstantial evidence. And therefore, the idea to bring everybody under one roof that every stakeholder, the education, the police, the health department, the R&B, everybody who is taking care, who is the stakeholder, should be under one roof so that we can identify the issues and solve the problems. I'll give a very small example that when a child enters a school, her or his name is registered in admission register, we sometimes called as Dakhil Kharij register. A small overwriting in date of birth in that school register can give benefit to the accused if at later point of time that child is subjected to any sexual abuse. Likewise, as I said, that scientific evidence in cases of POCSO are very important. Now the Government of India has come up with a complete protocol of DNA, how to procure a sample, how to keep a sample, in which temperature it is to be kept, what is the shelf life, what is to be taken care of. And there is a judgment of Supreme Court on that, if I correctly remember, authored by Honorable Justice Bela Trivedi. The entire chain, the time from where the sample was taken and how it travels to the FSL and then how the report is prepared, this entire chain needs to be established meticulously. And even one break of chain anywhere ultimately gives benefit to the accused. A checklist can be prepared so that all these possibilities can be eradicated. These are very sensitive issues because ultimately victim is a person about which the organizers have rightly given the name that it is a conference for giving voice for the voiceless. So what my understanding is that in all these technical sessions where the experts and resource persons will address you, please feel free to tell you about your problems in your department which you are facing, and please interact with the resource persons, please interact with the other departments. I'll give a small example of a similar conference in my parent state. A young lady constable stood up in a session and she said that when we take the victim, the child with their parents after the sexual abuse to the hospital, we are required to wait for 5 hours, sometimes for 6 hours because the doctor is busy elsewhere. And it is such a traumatic thing for that small child and their family members that sometimes the family members withdraw their consent for the medical checkup. We discussed it in the conference and the head of the medical department stood up and he said that from Monday itself, we will prepare a roster where in every hospital, a dedicated doctor will be there whose first responsibility will be to take care of and attend that child. So these are small things, but this makes a difference how we treat the child, how we give her an atmosphere and how sensitive we are. And therefore, I'll request all of you that when a file comes before you as a judge or file comes before you in a FIR before a police station or a file comes as a doctor before you, please remember that the word file and life has same letters, L-I-F-E and F-I-L-E. And every file has a life within it. And therefore, this session was rightly called as Voice for Voiceless. I'll end with the request that everybody should deal this matter, these aspects with utmost sensitivity. A poet said, अपना गम लेकर कहीं और न जाया जाए, अपना गम लेकर कहीं और न जाया जाए, घर में बिखरी हुई चीजों को सजाया जाए, घर से मस्जिद है बहुत दूर चलो यूं कर लें, घर से मस्जिद है बहुत दूर चलो यूं कर लें, किसी रोते हुए बच्चे को हंसाया जाए. Take your sorrow somewhere and don't let it be seen. Let's arrange these scattered things in the house. The place of worship is far from home. Let's take a walk. Let's make a crying child laugh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my Lord, for the inspiring and thought-provoking special address on this occasion. May I now request Honorable Sri.A.Revanth Reddy Garu, the Chief Minister of Telangana State to deliver special address. Sir, please.
Honorable Sri Justice Suryakanth, Judge, Supreme Court of India, and Executive Chairman, National Legal Services Authority, Honorable Sri Justice Sujay Paul, Acting Chief Justice, High Court of State of Telangana, and Patron-in-Chief, State Legal Services Authority. Respected members of Judiciary, senior police officers, women and child department officials, legal services experts, UNICEF, civil society and development partners. I welcome you to this state level conference. The theme, Voice for the Voiceless, is very important for our society. I congratulate the Telangana Police and other organizers for holding this conference. We must put child survivors at the center of our legal and moral framework in fighting this heinous crime against humanity. We have to protect our children from sexual abuse at any cost and with all means. My government gives top priority to the protection of children and women. Telangana Bharosa project has 29 centers. It provides police support, legal aid, medical assistance, and counseling in a friendly environment. Telangana pioneered child-friendly courts run by Hyderabad Bharosa Center. The goal is not just faster cases disposal, but total child protection and development. POCSO Act and Juvenile Justice Act are highly progressive instruments in our legal framework, but they come with problems. We must ensure procedure help child victims, not hurt them. We must also end child pornography and impose strict punishments. Social media abuse of children must also be treated without mercy for culprits. Our state government is fully ready to take all steps. We must ensure justice and compassion for children not only in courts but also at police station, child centers, and in every step of this process. I appeal to all of you, respected judges, police officers, CWCs, development partners, let us move forward with a shared mission. Justice is not just about conviction. It is about restoration, about dignity, and reclaiming childhood. Thank you. Jai Telangana.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable message and the steps being taken by the Telangana state government. It is time to hear our today's chief guest, Honorable Sri Justice Suryakanth, Judge, Supreme Court of India. My Lord, please.
Sri.A.Revanth Reddy, Honorable Chief Minister, State of Telangana, Justice Sujay Paul, Honorable Chief Justice in Action, High Court of State of Telangana, and Patron-in-Chief of the Telangana State Legal Service Authority, Justice Shyam Koshi, Executive Chairman of the State Legal Service Authority, Telangana, my distinguished sister and brother judges of the Telangana High Court, Dr. Jitendra, IPS, Director General of Police State of Telangana, Ms. Cynthia McFrey, representative of the UNICEF India chapter, Learned Advocate General of State of Telangana, Member Secretary Mr. Bharat Parashar of the National Legal Service Authority, Member Secretary of the State Legal Service Authority and other my dear judicial officers, very senior officers of the police department, senior administrative functionaries of the state government who are present here. We also have among us Mr. Santhan Krishnan, Live President of the Commonwealth Lawyers Association, distinguished dignitaries, jurists, statesmen, police officers, social workers, ladies and gentlemen, friends from media. When Honorable Chief Justice cited a very emotional nazm of Nida Fazli, I immediately recollected Maria Montessori, a very celebrated pedagogue, and what she said about child. I quote her, "It is the child who makes the man, and no man exists who was not made by the child he once was." I think this statement communicates everything with respect to a very serious issue which we intend to deliberate in this one-day conference. These words of Montessori also remind me that the well-being of our children is not merely a moral obligation, it is the foundation upon which all of society is built. The child is not just our future, they are our mirror, our responsibility, and our greatest test. Today, as I stand before you, I cannot help but echo the statement of Montessori, because I am of the firm view that if we fail our children, we are not only failing them, we are failing the very soul of our nation. I therefore wish to applaud the distinguished speakers who have preceded me. Their remarks have incisively addressed many of the urgent and layers challenges in the realm of child protection. I find myself in strong agreement with the issues that Cynthia has raised, or Honorable Chief Justice and Honorable Chief Minister have raised. I see it as both a duty and a privilege to build upon those reflections by offering a perspective grounded in constitutional values, judicial insight, and our shared moral responsibility to the children of this great nation. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for the untiring efforts of the Women's Safety Wing of the Telangana State Police and the Telangana State Legal Service Authority in organizing this event with exceptional commitment and vigor. I also commend the United Nations Children's Fund, Madam Cynthia representing, whose pioneering work in uplifting child across the globe is undoubtedly unparalleled. This conference, I believe, is a concerted attempt to confront the silent suffering of the most vulnerable among us, our children. Even today they remain most susceptible to neglect, abuse and exploitation. And in a country like ours, where their numbers are staggering, the stakes are even higher. I rely upon the UNICEF 2024 report, according to which 24% of the India's population is under the age of 14. 1 in 3 Indians is below the age of 18. This amounts to over 345 million children, more than the total population of many continents. These figures, while astonishing, are not merely statistical marvels, they are a moral reckoning. For a nation so young, our greatest asset could also too easily become our gravest liability if we fail to protect, nurture and invest in our children. Potential does not convert to progress on its own. It requires systems, safety, and sustained care. Each child we fail is not just a personal tragedy, but a lost thread in the fabric of our nation's future. This demographic reality places upon us an extraordinary responsibility, one that cannot be met with token gestures or fragmented responses. Every act of abuse, every moment of neglect must be seen not as an aberration, but as a collective failure. If we neglect our children, we forfeit the very future we hope to build. We must consequently confront what we are often too afraid to name, the child sex abuse. Make no mistake, this crime does not occur only in dark alleyways or distant corners, as Honorable Chief Justice rightly pointed out. It happens within homes, schools, neighborhoods, and institutions. Places we instinctively consider safe. It is a violation that hides in plain sight. And it is not only a criminal act, it's a betrayal of trust, of childhood, and of the constitutional promise to protect our most vulnerable. It makes a grave failure of our collective guardianship, and if I can say, it's also a failure of the state's parents' patriarchal responsibility. What makes this abuse especially heinous is that its harm runs far deeper than physical injury. Its wounds are often invisible but lifelong. Fractured self-worth, chronic anxiety, depression, PTSD, and tragically, you must have seen sometimes even suicide also. But the long-term damage goes even further. Research increasingly shows that children who suffer such trauma are more likely to become withdrawn, economically marginalized, or emotionally unstable adults. Worse still, there is the risk that some may perpetuate the very cycles of abuse that once endured. These are the outcomes no enlightened society can afford to ignore, and therefore we need to be over-conscious about it. The law is enacted, of course. We have the 2012 Act, which is a very robust legislation. It brought a long overdue legal overhaul, which is gender neutral, comprehensive, and child sensitive. It recognized perhaps for the first time that the justice system must be adapted to the child, not the other way around. But a law is not only as strong as its implementation. Special courts remain unevenly distributed. Police forces are often undertrained in trauma-informed investigation. Schools rarely speak about consent, autonomy, or safety. And even in judiciary too, we are insufficiently sensitized to the unique vulnerabilities of the child victims. In light of these realities, the path forward must be carefully and compassionately charted. There is where the agenda of this conference becomes so vital. As a lifelong student of law, I have experienced firsthand how even well-meaning systems often place disproportionate emphasis on punishing the perpetrator, while the child, whose life has been irreversibly altered, is left unheard, unsupported, and often re-traumatized by the very mechanisms meant to help. Justice becomes synonymous with conviction instead of recovery. If some of you will recollect, in 2014 onwards, I have been speaking about invisible victims of system, and that is what precisely I meant to say. Consider the case of a 10-year-old made to recount her trauma repeatedly. Before whom? To a teacher, a police officer, a medical examiner, a lawyer, and then a judge. With each retelling, her voice grows fainter until it vanishes altogether. This cannot be called justice. It is distress compounded by process. When the system forgets the child in its pursuit of the accused, it fails them both. This imbalance is not incidental, it is structural. That is why the focus on rehabilitation at this conference is both timely and necessary. Our child protection framework, though well-intentioned, remain disjointed and under-equipped. What we need is a fundamental shift, one that sees the child not as a passive witness in a criminal trial, but as a person in urgent need of sustained and holistic care. True justice for a child begins not in the courtroom, but in the moment they feel safe and secured within and outside the four walls. It begins in the hands of a counselor, the embrace of a caregiver, and the assurance that they will not have to walk alone. Reintegration must not be an afterthought. It must be the foundation of our response. Because a child's healing is not just a legal requirement, it's a moral obligation. And in this context, and knowing the Indian, our societal background, it is a constitutional commitment also. As we look to the path ahead, one truth becomes abundantly clear. The task of protecting and supporting child victims is far too important to be left to the legal system alone. Not only is it a responsibility of the judiciary, police, or social workers, it is in fact a collective national duty. Every institution, every stakeholder, and indeed every citizen has a role to play in creating an ecosystem where children are safe, heard, and helped. We must move away from reactive justice to a more proactive, compassionate model where rehabilitation is not a footnote but the foundation. In this regard, I would be remiss not to acknowledge and commend the pioneers' efforts initiated in the state of Telangana and particularly in the city of Hyderabad. As the Director General of Police explained, the Bharosa centers here have really emerged as a model of what integrated, victim-centric support should look like. By offering a one-stop facility where child and women victims of violence can access police assistance, legal aid, medical care, and psychological counseling under one roof, these centers exemplify what sensitive and holistic justice delivery should aspire to be. They demonstrate that with the right vision and commitment, it is possible to ease the child's journey through the justice system, minimizing the pain and agony and maximizing the care. Similar appreciation is due to the NALSA's novel child-friendly legal service scheme of 2024, which envisions a trauma-informed, child rights-driven ecosystem. It is not only ensures courtroom dignity but the provision of psychological care and compensation to the victim. It is my earnest appeal that such best practices be assimilated and adapted across the length and breadth of the country. Whether it is the level of the state policy, institutional design, or community intervention, we must commit to replicating and scaling such models. Let us therefore take inspiration from what has worked and build upon it, ensuring that no child anywhere in India is left to navigate trauma alone. In doing so, we not only uphold the letter of the law, but the spirit of our Constitution, which promises every child the right to dignity, safety, and opportunity. I would like to conclude at this juncture by briefly alluding to the words of a stalwart of human rights, Nelson Mandela, who once rightly said, and I quote, "There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children." Ladies and gentlemen, our work is far from complete until our children experience meaningful restorative justice, where the systems meant to protect them do not re-traumatize, and where their healing is prioritized outside along with accountability. This conference has brought together a range of voices, legal minds, administrators, caregivers, jurists, and protectors united by a common purpose. But beyond the deliberations and draft recommendations, that's my humble submission, we must take back with us a renewed sense of moral urgency. Laws, however well written, are only as effective as the compassion with which they are implemented. Systems, however well structured, are only as just as the people who operate them. Strengthening the POCSO framework and child protection ecosystems will require vigilance, innovation, and above all, empathy at every level. Let this conference, therefore, mark a turning point not only in the policy but in a national consciousness. Let us vow that no child will be made to feel that their pain is a footnote or that their dignity is conditional. Let us make our nation not merely compliant with law but radiant with justice, for it is in the safety of our children that the soul of our republic truly lives. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, my Lord, for enlightening us on different aspects and need for the POCSO Act and enriching us with words of wisdom, which I am assured that they will guide us in the days to come. Indeed, it is a distinct honor and a privilege to have amongst us Honorable the Judge, Supreme Court of India, and the Executive Chairman, National Legal Service Authority, whose august presence has illuminated today's consultation meet on the topic of voice for the voiceless and rights and protection of children of sexual abuse. We would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude by felicitating the dignitaries on the dais for their generosity and kindness in gracing this occasion. For this, I humbly request Honorable Sri Justice Sujay-Pal, Acting Chief Justice High Court for the State of Telangana and Patron-in-Chief Telangana State Legal Service Authority, to kindly honor His Lordship Honorable Mr. Justice Sri.A.Revanth, Judge, Supreme Court of India, and Executive Chairman, National Legal Service Authority, with a shawl and a memento. Thank you, my Lord, for accepting the felicitation. Now, I humbly request Honorable Sri Justice P. Sam Koshi, Judge, High Court for the State of Telangana and Executive Chairman, Telangana State Legal Services Authority, to kindly honor our Honorable Sri.A.Revanth Reddy Garu, Chief Minister, Telangana State, with a shawl and a memento. May I now humbly request Honorable Srimati Justice Maushmi Bhattacharya Madam, Judge, High Court for the State of Telangana, to kindly honor our Honorable Sri Justice Sujay-Pal Garu, Acting Chief Justice, High Court for the State of Telangana, with a shawl and memento. Thank you, my lord. Now I humbly request Ms. Charu Sinha, Additional DGP, CID, Women Safety Wing, Hyderabad, to kindly felicitate Sri Dr. Jitendra IPS, DGP Telangana, with a shawl and memento. Now I humbly request Sri Dr. Zelalam B. Tafassi to kindly honor Madam Cynthia McCaffrey, representative of UNICEF India, with a shawl and memento. Thank you, madam. With this, we have arrived towards the end of the inaugural session, and before winding up, I would like to request Srimati Srijana, Women Development and Child Welfare, Telangana State, to kindly propose vote of thanks. Please, ma'am.
Namaskar to every dignitary, guest and participant gathered here. Today, we stand united by a cause that transcends profession, politics and power, protecting the innocence of our children and giving them a safe childhood. On behalf of the Telangana State Legal Services Authority, Women Safety Wing, Department of Women Child Development and UNICEF, I express our deepest gratitude to Honorable Justice Sri.A.Revanth Garu, whose presence reaffirms that the highest court of our land remains a steadfast guardian of child rights. We are inspired by the commitment of Honorable Chief Minister Revanth Reddy Garu and the Honorable Acting Chief Justice of Telangana, Shri Sujay Pal Garu. Their leadership sends a strong message that justice for our children is not optional. It is urgent and non-negotiable. To DGP, Dr. Jitendra sir and Ms. Cynthia McCaffrey, we are grateful for your voice and your action. Your work reminds us that systems are strengthened when hearts lead the way. To the judges, officials and partners, activists, thank you. You are the architects of change and the silent warriors who protect those who cannot speak. As we step into the technical sessions, may our collective voices echo louder than the silence and our shared action be the bridge between the law and justice. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I seek the permission of the Honorable Chair to declare the inaugural session is closed. Thank you, my lords. The inaugural session is declared closed. I now request all the dignitaries present on and off the dais, all esteemed guests, participants and everyone present in the auditorium and who are witnessing this inaugural session virtually to kindly rise for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you, my lords. Lunch is arranged for the participants at Tungabhadra Trupti Hall and for the VIPs adjacent to this auditorium. I request all the participants to join. are waiting outside. Please come inside of the auditorium. The technical session 1 will focus on the importance of determination of the age of the child in POCSO cases, complexities in determining the age of the child, information technology and cyber crimes related to children, provisions of child victims under Juvenile Justice Care and Protection Act and POCSO Act, provisions for child victims under the BNSS 2023 and BNS 2023. The panel speakers for this technical session 1 are Sri C.H.K. Bhupati Garu and Madam Rema Rajeshwari and Pagadala Ashok, and this session is going to chair by Honorable Justice Maushmi Bhattacharya Madam, Judge, High Court for the State of Telangana and a chairperson of the committee to monitor the cases filed under POCSO Act, and at the same time JJC also. Now I request Honorable Srimati Justice Maushmi Bhattacharya Madam to come on to the dais. And I request Sri C.H.K. Bhupati, Principal District and Session Judge, please come on to the dais, sir. And Madam Rema Rajeshwari, IPS, Deputy Inspector General of Police, Women Safety Wing, Telangana. Madam, please come on to the dais. Sri Pagadala Ashok, Additional DCP, North Zone, Hyderabad. Sir, I request you to come on to the dais. I request Honorable Srimati Justice Tirumala Devi Madam to present a sapling to my Lord Honorable Justice Maushmi Bhattacharya Madam. And now I request Srimati Sunita Kunchala, Principal District Judge, Peddapalli, to present a sapling to Sri C.H.K. Bhupati Garu. I request Srimati Chatana, IAS, SP, Women Safety Wing, to present a sapling to Madam Rema Rajeshwari, IPS. Madam, I also request you to extend, Chatana ma'am, I request you to extend sapling to Sri Pagadala Ashok Garu. Ma'am, now I request the Honorable Srimati Justice Maushmi Bhattacharya Madam to chair the session. I request all the participants to interact with the panel speakers on the topics assigned to this session. Thank you, ma'am. Please. Naresh.
Good afternoon, everyone. My most esteemed colleagues who are here, thank you very much for being here. And everyone else who's come back after lunch, I and my very specialized and esteemed panelists have an uphill task because we are here after lunch. So if not anything else, we will at least help you not to fall asleep, hopefully. So we have a very interesting topic today, which is convergence of the three legislations, namely the BNSS, the 2023, the JJ Act of 2015, and the POCSO 2012. What is convergence? I have a very short, I think about 8+2 slides PPT just to give an overview, and I will do that at an appropriate point of time. So what is convergence? And why is convergence necessary for the theme which we have today, the consultation, voice of the voiceless with special focus on a child? So when we think of convergence, we know that all these three acts, including I would say the Criminal Procedure Code, which has kind of joined hands on the statutory framework to protect the child and to keep a sustained focus on the child. Now if we look at these acts, and apart from my colleagues, apart from my panelists, apart from all of you here, who have dealt with cases not only in the level of the courts, the district judiciary or the high courts, but on the ground level, as the arm of the law enforcement agencies, you will know that there are certain common objectives, common aims, which all these four statutes protect. For example, I can immediately think of about 5, 6. In-camera trials, identity protection, fast-track courts, immediate detection, no face-to-face confrontation, and of course, putting the child in a safe and a comfortable environment. So when I was looking at the three acts and I was thinking that what would be the points of commonality, what would be the points where the four acts come together, I broadly wanted to bring you about 4 heads. The first of which is victim compensation. The second would be fast-track courts. The third would be medical examination. The fourth would be early detection. There can be many other convergence points, but I thought that when the focus is the child, then these 4 would be extremely and immediately important to protect their privacy, to protect their rights. If you look at the object of the acts, of course you know that the Criminal Procedure Code, the BNSS, these are procedural laws. These will tell you where to go for redressal of your grievance, which is the court, and what would be the procedure after you go to the court? What would be the mechanism of the criminal justice taking over from the point of filing of the complaint? This is not a substantive law. BNSS to an extent, of course, now it's a good mix of procedure and substance. But if you look at the JJ Act and the POCSO Act, you will find that what it needs to do, JJ Act, BNSS is sections 395, 396. Criminal Procedure Code, you will find section 357A, which talks of victim compensation. There are 2 important things to keep in mind. Number 1 is that the offender must pay, must compensate the aggrieved person, the person who has faced the offense, regardless of the offender's capability to pay. Very important. Number 2, the victim must be put to the position which the victim was before commission of the offense. So there cannot be, like we normally do in maintenance cases, so there cannot be a complete downgradation of the victim's position after compensation. So these 2 are important things to remember. And victim compensation, you will find that it has to be immediate, it has to be sustaining, and it has to bring the offender to book. I have about 10 minutes and I don't want to take up much time because I would like to hand over the talk to my much more experienced panelists. But if I go to the second, rehabilitation. What does rehabilitation do? You'll find that the POCSO Act contemplates rehabilitation for child victims focusing on their immediate needs. So it's not that, what the child will require 5 years hence or even 6 months hence, but what is the immediate need to rehabilitate? What are the social, the civil society forces to bring together to rehabilitate the child, to mainstream the child? You know that section 39, if I'm not mistaken, of the JJ Act that speaks of rehabilitation. That is all about not only mainstreaming but effective mainstreaming, so that the juvenile finds effective reconciliation with society. Next, I would talk about medical examination. Section 27 of the POCSO Act talks about medical re-examination and important things, medical examination, important things, that the consent of the child is very important. So if the child says, or if the child says that I don't want to be examined, then the next level is the parents. If the parents are not there, or if the parents are not available for whatever reason, then a medical board consisting of senior doctors, they can give an opinion whether the child should be examined, and if yes, how to conduct the procedure of examination. Next, if I talk about the JJ Act, it's not only about immediate examination, that is within 24 hours, but also the care and protection of the child becomes very important in that immediate medical care circumstance. Next is early detection and fast track. So under the CRPC and the BNSS, it starts with the FIR, which has to be promptly registered in with the police station. And the police officers will then be called upon to investigate cognizable offences under the order of a magistrate. And under 156(3), magistrates can also order investigation in certain circumstances, and including for unregistered crimes. Under the POCSO and the JJ Act, the incident must be reported immediately, so there cannot be any delay, just to protect the rights of the child. And the CRPC and the BNSS also provides for summary trials. I'll just quickly go to my next topic, which is the importance of age, which is the second subdivision of what we have to talk about. You know that under section 29 of the POCSO Act, there is a presumption of guilt. And that presumption of guilt is entirely dependent on whether the victim is below 18 years of age. I think section 2D of the POCSO Act defines child, and I think it's section 221 or something of the JJ Act which defines a child. Everything, about below 18 years of age. So presumption of guilt actually under section 29 requires the court to treat as the first foundational fact as to whether the victim was below 18 years or not. Because if the victim is above 18 years, then of course the entire mechanism of the criminal procedure trial, that changes, and there is no presumption of guilt under section 29. But if the victim is of course below 18, then the entire presumption of guilt arises under section 29. And then if you see from the POCSO, if you shift your gaze to JJ Act, you'll find that section 15 of the JJ Act talks about presumption. It can be through visual appearance, it can be through interactions with the offender, with the or the child or the person who has suffered the offence with the JJ board. But it is actually section 94 of the JJ Act which lists these three, I think section 94 1 or 2, but it has these three ways of determining age. Number one is school certificates. Number 2 is certificates from the corporation, municipal corporation. And number 3 is the ossification test. And you know, when I was doing a little bit of reading actually last night, I came across these this one technique which is being used now by the US immigration authorities. You know that there is huge thing going on under the president of the United States policies that, you know, immigrants should be sent back, etc. They've come across this test called the wisdom teeth test. And that wisdom teeth test is the third molar tooth, which usually sprouts between 17 and 25 years of age. And they feel that the margin of error in the wisdom teeth test is much lower than the bone ossification test. The second, the recent technique which I came across is called the epigenetic clock. The epigenetic clock test. That actually measures the age using the age of DNA and the age of, the methyl conditions of DNA, that how old is the particular tissue in the body of the victim. So can you imagine how advanced and how scientific these tests have become just in order to determine age. And under the POCSO, you know that it is so important to determine the age of the victim so as to not only sometimes protect the rights of the accused, but also to bring the accused under the book because of Section 29, the presumption of innocence. And in a 2022 judgment of, I think, authored by Justice Pardiwala, it's called Shubham Sankra 2022. I've forgotten the citation. There, the Supreme Court also took into account the ways of measuring of age determination under Section 94 of the JJ Act, read with Section 15 in some circumstances, and saying that, you know, visual appearance of a child or visual appearance, how a person looks, is, cannot be a determinative factor, and it can be full of error, and therefore specialized tests must be developed to determine age. And the last, of course, I'll just one line on that, is the cyber crimes. You know that now children are, the biggest victims of cyber crimes, whether it's child pornography, whether it's, morphing the image and, using that particular child's face. And it is so quick, it is so heartless, and it does complete and lifelong damage to the child. So I'll forget to just quickly in 1 minute show the slide, so that, since I've spent some time on it, so might as well show it. So just the convergence, I've already spoken about these things. That's the JJ Act, the POCSO Act, and the BNSS, and the difference as well as the convergence in these three acts. Then the definition of a child and victim under the legislations. You have the sections under the JJ Act, POCSO, and the BNSS. And I'm quickly going through it, but it's with Mr. Panchakshari, so he can share it with anyone who's interested. It's just 8 slides. Then we have the victim-centric approach in the law, and again under that you have the JJ Act, POCSO, and BNSS, and how is the victim treated under these 3 acts. So I've just tried to also include children with disabilities, which is very important now, because that they should receive special care under every circumstance, and accessible procedures which are available to children with disabilities, and that is covered under the POCSO as well as the BNSS. And then of course you have the victim compensation under the law. I've discussed about it, the BNSS, the POCSO, and the JJ Act. The sections, I've just mentioned the sections. For all those of you who are not lawyers, but it's not important to remember the sections, just how the Act deals with these issues. Then, of course, the importance of age of child. I've spoken about this, that why is age so relevant and should be the focal point in POCSO cases. and medical examination. Under Section 27 of the POCSO Act, what are the rights of the victim? What is the procedure to be employed for the medical examination of a child? And role of special courts in POCSO cases, very important. Many of you here have handled these cases, many of my colleagues have. So Section 828 of the POCSO, what does it envisage? I'm just quickly going through. You can have a look at it later. And visual assessment, never enough. It cannot be a complete determination. And reasonable doubt about age of the child, Section 94, it's 94.2. 94.2, 1, 2 and 3. What does it mean if there's a doubt? What can the court do? Are there processes for the court to employ if there is a doubt? And yes, about the wisdom teeth technique and the epigenetic clock, which I just spoke about. And that's, yes, that's State of Jammu and Kashmir versus Shubham Sangra, 2022. That's a Supreme Court decision, Justice Pardiwala sitting with Justice Rastogi. Yes, so that's about it. Thank you, and I'll very happily give the mic to my my specialist panelists who will be giving you the ground level experiences of what they have come across. Thank you.
Dignitaries on the dais, Justice Mosumi Bhattacharjee, Srimati Rema Rajeshwar Garu, Sri Pagadala Ashok Garu, dignitaries of the dais, the Honorable Judges of the High Court, District Judges, and judges of all cadres, and police officers of different cadres, the stakeholders of POCSO, my pronouns to one and all. The topic assigned to me for this technical session is age in POCSO cases, the complexities in determination of POCSO cases. Really, at one time, it was very challenging. Of course, still also it's very challenging. It's not only interesting, but also challenging. It was more challenging, and it was an emerging issue while we were the initial judges of POCSO courts. Those were the days when we were the initial judges of POCSO courts after the advent of the Act 2012. But now, there is no res integra. Everything is tailor-made, thanks to the judgments of the Supreme Court from time to time and various high courts. So within the time constraints, I would like to deal with some of the judgments of the Supreme Court and various high courts to make the point so simple. There is nothing to be worried. I make it clear, nothing to be worried, and this controversy is set to rest. See friends, age of a child. So we have to see from two different angles. First is age of a child as a victim. Age of a child as a victim. And the second thing is age of a person on the other side, whom you call it as a juvenile within the meaning of the word juvenile under Juvenile Justice Act 2019. And also the other category of a juvenile or CCL who can be treated as an adult for the purpose of trial by Children's Court after the opinion expressed by Juvenile Justice Board within the meaning of Section 14.3 read with 15 read with 18.3 of Juvenile Justice Act. So these things you have to pay concentration. The first thing is taking a child as a victim. This is of a victim. And this is the other side. That is, you call it as accused, you call it as juvenile, or the third category as CCL being treated as an adult for the purpose of trial by Children's Court. a special category coming under 14.3, read with 15, read with 18.3 of Juvenile Justice Act 2012. How to resolve it? Second category, this is of a juvenile. And of three categories, I already mentioned three categories. So coming to victim, coming to the accused, they're coming to child as a victim. The Honorable Justice has just now said, child is defined under the Juvenile Justice Act, 2 Clause 1D, as a person below the age of 18 years. Below the 18 years. It goes in line with the same definition given for child under the Juvenile Justice Act 2019 and also previous JJ Acts also. Now under the BNSS also, and of course BNS also defined a child. 2 Clause 3, it has also given the same meaning. A person below the age of 18 years is called child. So under 2 Clause 1D, 2 Clause 1D of POCSO Act, child is defined as a person below the age of 18 years. Then a controversy arose till 2017, till the advent of a judgment of the Supreme Court. There is a controversy. Which age of the child? Is it biological age, chronological age, physical age, or mental age? A judgment of the Supreme Court by two giants of the Supreme Court, that is ERA through Manjula Kripayendar versus State NCT Delhi. 2017-15 SEC, page 133 is the page, you may note. 2017-15 SEC, page 133 is the judgment. 15 SEC, page 133 is the judgment. It is ERA through Manjula Kripayendar versus NCT Delhi. Facts of the case, of course, though I am aware of the time, I have to necessarily tell you the gist of the facts. There, ERA, a child, represented by her guardian, mother, Manjula Kripayendar. She was of 38 years old. Physically, she was of 38 years old, but she was suffering from cerebral palsy, a disease under which her mental age is not more than 6 to 8 years. That was the controversy. So up to the stage of Delhi High Court, her mother was successful in getting her treated as child within the meaning of Section 2 Clause 1D. But when it came to Supreme Court, this judgment, the Supreme Court, delivered by two eminent judges of the Supreme Court, Justice Deepak Mishra and Justice F.S. Nariman. Both of them have delivered their independent their judgments of two different judgments, but both of them have given concurrence on the core of the issue. So, Deepak Mishra's judgment, of course, he relied upon the doctrine of causes omissus. Conscious omission. What he opined is, when the legislature has consciously omitted a thing, that should not be supplemented by its courts, unless there are special circumstances to justify the same. The court should not make such an interpretation unless and until they are called for, that is warranted. He opined, because the legislature purposefully omitted it. Mental age, they did not use the word mental. It doesn't apply to the mental age. It's only physical age. When it comes to Nariman, he relied upon the doctrine of Lakshman Rekha. He said the courts have got certain limits. Legislature, they should not usurp into the ambit and sphere of the legislature. So both of them have given concurrence on the core point that it is only physical act, chronological act, biological act, but not mental age. So it is put to rest. There is no controversy now. It's only physical act, physical age. Then another question arose. Immediately another question. How to determine then? Because you know, the POCSO Act is complete code. POCSO Act is complete code because it contains the provisions of both substantive law as well as procedural law. If you see the provisions right from chapter 5, they contain both substantive act as well as procedural laws. It's quite independent. The act is quite independent. It's complete code. Then for determination of age of child, there is separate section, section 34. Section 34. Section 34 says that it is the judge of the POCSO court who has to determine it. Who has to determine it? Unlike the other courts which may send the record to the Juvenile Justice Board for determination, isn't it? But here it is a complete court. It says that it is a special court that has to determine. That is under 34. Then again arose some controversy. Because first two sentences of the section reads, suppose if you observe first two sentences, section reads that for determination of age of a person who committed the offence, determination of the age of a person who committed the offence, that means CCL, child in conflict with law, first two sentences. So then, does it apply for determination of the age of a victim? If you read the section, you will be carried away by first two sentences that is applicable for determination of age of a person who committed the offence. That means you call him a CCL. So does it apply to determination of age of a victim? And then what is the procedure to adopt the inquiry? Is it laid down anywhere? POCSO Act is silent. Rules under the POCSO Act, now recent rules of 2020, they are silent. So where to find? Section reads that same procedure that is applicable under JJ Act, that is applicable. Same procedure that is applicable under JJ Act, that is applicable. Where is that procedure? JJ Act of 2015 now. The procedure on section 94. JJ Act of recent Act of 2015. The procedure is under section 94. When it was JJ Act of 2005, the procedure under Rule 12. When it was JJ Act of 2000, the procedure under section 7A. That is clarified by the Supreme Court. I will tell you. I will give you the citation. These two. Previous Act 2005. Where is the procedure? The procedure under Rule 12 of JJ Rules 2007. Then it was POCSO Act of 2000, JJ Act of 2000, the procedure under section 7A. This is the same procedure that is now. Then does it apply for determination of age of a victim? There is judgment of Alok Singh's case. The Supreme Court clarified it, Alok Singh. Of course, prior to that, of course, there is judgment of Jarnail Singh's case. Alok Singh's case, that is sufficient. State of Maharashtra versus Alok Singh. State of Maharashtra versus Alok Singh. 2015, 7 SCC, page 772 the citation. 2015, 7 SCC, 772 the citation. You may note down. In fact, of course, I asked them to arrange the same to display, mounted, of course, but they could not find time. Otherwise, I could have displayed. I brought the pen drive also. That's why I'm telling the citations. You may kindly note down. 2015, 7 SCC, page 772 the citation. State of Maharashtra versus Alok Singh. There the Supreme Court, it clarified the same procedure that is applicable for determination of age of a juvenile. Alok Singh, that's the citation. That is also under judgment, madam. Jarnail Singh's case of 2013, is of 2015. 2015, 7 SCC, page 772, madam. There, of course, then the same procedure that is applicable. Then what the procedure then? How to prioritize things? How to determine? Section 94, just now, our Lordship just now said. It is categorized into different priorities. The first priority is to look for the date of birth mentioned in the matriculation certificate or any other academic record. The first priority is to look for any academic record, just like SSC certificate, matriculation or something else. First priority that should be given. 94. First priority is to look for matriculation certificate or any other. Second one is, suppose victim could not produce all these, or guardian could not produce all these things. Then second thing is, any date of birth certificate issued by corporation or municipality. Second priority is, any date of birth certificate issued by a corporation or municipality. Suppose victim is illiterate. Victim could not produce any of these two. Then what is, how to determine? The third category is to go for ossification test, radiological examination, or any other scientific method, scientific new invention. That's just like our Justice Bhattacharya just now said. The scientific inventions, new scientific methods that can be adapted. Ossification test, that is known to us. And second one is radiological examination, that is also known to us. Dental examination, all these things. And any other thing that can be invented in course of time, because we cannot rule out, because till 1953 we were not aware of DNA. Right, 1953, when DNA was not invented, we were not aware of DNA, but now we are using DNA. That may come. So that's why they mentioned it clearly that any scientific method that is developed from time to time, that can be adapted. Then immediately comes the next question. To whom the error of margin should be given? Suppose you go for radiological examination, go for ossification test, or something, some scientific method of determination, without going for this certificates, medical, educational certificate, other certificates issued by corporate, other things, then to whom the error of margin should be given? There was much confusion, much inconsistency between courts. Some single judges, they held in favor of victim. Some they held in favor of the accused, because some of them developed the view that it is the object of the act. It is designed to give the benefit to the victim, so it should go in favor of the victim. Some said, no, it should go in favor of the accused. But luckily for us, there are two judgments. One is of Supreme Court, and other is of Delhi High Court reference. They set the controversy to rest. The recent judgment, 2024 SEC Supreme Court, Delhi Online 4484 is the judgment. 2024 SEC Online Delhi, page 2284 is the judgment. Court on its own motion versus NCT Delhi. The citation is court on its own motion versus NCT Delhi. Two judges. They elaborately discussed it. They were lucky enough to have the guidance of the Supreme Court. Rajak Mohammad's case. Rajak Mohammed versus State of Himachal Pradesh is the judgment. 2018 9 SEC page 248 is the citation. 2018 9 SEC page 248, they decided. Rajak Mohammad's case. They said that error of margin should be given to the accused, because we should not deviate from the fundamental canons of the criminal jurisprudence. They dissolved. So here, for the latest reference answered by Delhi High Court, they clarified that the benefit should be given to the accused but not to the victim. So far as the victim is concerned, everything is clear, isn't it? Then coming to the other side of the coin, some controversy here. Recent Qatar's judgment, of course. They have also elaborately discussed all these things. First thing is Siddheswar's case. Siddheswar versus Hasur police station. Siddheswar versus state of Karnataka, of course, and Hasur police station. The 2016 ILR 4203 is the citation. There, again they made the discussion on 94, and again they made the discussion on Rule 12 under JJ Rules 2007, and again on Section 7A under the JJ Act, 2000. So same thing. Suppose how to determine the age of a juvenile, same procedure under Section 94. So a question arose now, another controversy arose. Suppose in one case, what happened is, it's a very interesting case. There, the victim and victim's guardian, they created some false record. They created some false record. So, educational certificate produced by them are the fake records. That was the allegation of the prosecution. But of course, they didn't agree. That was, it was tampered record, so as to give the benefit to the victim. Then, you know, under 15(3), that case falling under the 14(3), that with 15, that with 18(3) of Juvenile Justice Act, in between the age of 16 to 18 years. There, of course, you will see 15 says that the determination should be done within 3 months. But here what happened, the prosecution was initiated against these two people. A CC was registered. It may take time. So, is the period of 3 months, is it recommendatory or mandatory? That was the question. Supreme Court clarified. Of course, I will give the citation just now. And they said that let the prosecution be done, but simply because it may result in some time delay, that benefit should not be denied to this juvenile. You may kindly note down this citation. And this is important, that's why I am referring. First thing, Sidhu Siddheswar have noted this. Sidhu Siddheswar, they have relied upon Shahnawaz case, Supreme Court citation. Shahnawaz versus State of UP, 2011, 13 SCC 751. Karnataka High Court, they relied upon the earlier judgment of Supreme Court, that is Shahnawaz versus State of UP, 2011, 13 SCC page 751. This case, please read this judgment. Kulai Ibrahim, Elias Ibrahim versus State Inspector of Police, BI Bazar Police Station, Coimbatore. 2024, very recent judgment. 2024, 12 SCC, page 332. Justice Ranjan P. Desai and Justice Madan Bilokur. Kulai Ibrahim. The difficulty is they could not arrange, sir. Otherwise, I would have shown it. Okay, I will write, sir. Thank you. I will write. This is 2024. 2024. 12 SCC 332. 332. Kulai Ibrahim. Kulai Ibrahim, Elias Ibrahim versus Inspector of Police, State through Inspector of Police, BI Bazar Police Station, Coimbatore. 2 judges of the Supreme Court. Of course, the controversy falling under 14(3), read with 15, read with 18(3) of the JJ Act. Here, of course, there was one difficulty. Friends, I would like to clarify. Recently, of course, I answered some session arranged by Amravati High Court. There I had sufficient time. I could deal with the session 1.5 hours. There I fielded so many questions, but here I'm having some restraint. I can't speak more than this. There they raised these points. Where to keep the accused? Suppose POCSO judge is a man who crossed 60 years, 70 years, is produced for the POCSO judge. Where to keep him? That, of course, that 19 and 20 of JJ Act. You have to keep him in a place of safety. There the section reads, you have to keep them in a place of safety. You should not send him to jail. Though it's a children court is nothing but POCSO court. He is not a juvenile. He is declared as an adult who can be tried as who can be tried with children's court. That's the finding given by the Juvenile Justice Board. You may differ. You may pass an order 19(3). You may differ. You may not agree. Children's court, you may not agree. You will send back to the Juvenile Board. If you accepted it, then you have to try him. But where to keep him then? Then place of safety as mentioned section 19 of the Juvenile Justice Act. Suppose he crossed 18 years, can he be sent to the jail? Again section 20 operates. So there are all these, of course, complexities, they appear so ostensibly, they are all put to rest. That's what I want to impress upon. There are judgments, so many judgments. Read them thoroughly, of course, everything is so simple. There is no controversy now. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, friends, for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bhupati, for giving us so many citations and so many cases, decided cases. I'm sure all of you have taken them down, and if you are interested, you can look up the citations with regard to the controversy of age determination, one of the most important topics. So I'm really sorry, Mr. Bhupati, for hurrying you, because we still have two more speakers, and we would love to hear from them, from their own lived experiences. So, can I pass on the mic to Ms. Srimati Rima Rajeshwari, who will give she was a very important addition to our Juvenile Justice Committee and did wonderful work. So, we would love to hear what she has to say. Thank you.
Esteemed officers, Honorable Justice Moshami Bhattacharya, and my fellow panelists, Honorable Retired District and Sessions Judge, my colleague Ashok, and all the distinguished guests, especially justices from the Honorable High Court of Telangana, and all the participants. A very warm welcome and also good afternoon to all of you. We are also partners. We are a very important stakeholder in this 2 days national consultation that is happening with a lot of focus on children and their rights and the wide ambit of crimes being committed against children. Because of lack of time, I'm not really going into all the stories that I brought with me. Very quickly, I'll show the presentation with a focus on what exactly we do at the Women's Safety Wing. I stand here as a representative of the Women's Safety Wing of Telangana Police with the permission of our ADG, Ms. Charu Sinha IPS, who has been a guiding force for us in terms of bringing a lot of focus on this subject. And also I've had the good fortune of being guided by Justice Bhattacharya ma'am and also Justice Nanda ma'am, being a member of the Juvenile Justice Committee for the past 1 year or so. Women's Safety Wing has actually received a lot of guidance from them. We started looking at the issue holistically, which was kind of not there before. For the past 1 year, a lot of important initiatives have been started. And earlier we would only look at case monitoring, we would only look at the different stages of case, especially cases against children. But now, having learned a lot from the Juvenile Justice Committee, now we go into a lot of other aspects also, how these children are being cared for in the institutions in coordination with the WCT department, with great guidance again from Anita Ramachandran ma'am. And the SLSA, Panjakshri Garu, has also been quite supportive in that regard. So it has given us a lot of, opportunities to learn and look at the issue holistically. So before I go into the presentation, very quickly I would like to mention about something, a very important step that was taken by the National Human Rights Commission, and eventually in one of the important judgments of the Honorable Supreme Court of India. If you remember, in October 2023, the National Human Rights Commission took a very important decision. they thought this is time that, we should give a very, clear and concise guidelines in terms of tackling this issue. We've all heard about child pornography. We've heard a lot about, the different kinds of crimes being committed against children, in both physical and also in the digital space. But not much awareness was there among the public. And if you look at the police officers, especially the practitioners within the criminal justice system also, there was no deeper understanding of the issue at hand. So in 2023, I should especially thank David from UNICEF for bringing a lot of focus on this issue and also educating us in the process. So this is a very, very important document for all of us to have. This should be a very this should be an important reference point for all of us to start looking at this issue going forward. So they said that any child, if a child's normal childhood is disrupted by any means, it can be a crime, or it can be an exposed vulnerability, or it can be an act which is actually infringing upon the normal childhood of a child, it is as good as violation of the basic human rights of that child. And with that, they gave this important document and they told us what exactly we are supposed to do. And eventually, Government of India got into a memorandum of understanding with the NECMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. It's actually a non-profit organization based out of United States, and they've done a lot of work in terms of keeping children safe in the digital space, especially the dark web, which we keep reading about in the mainstream media. So after the MOU was signed, we started getting this, the CTR reports, the child, tip line reports, which is being shared with all the state police organizations through the National Crime Records Bureau. So basically the MOU was signed between NECMEC and MCRHRD. So today in India, every time there is a crime committed against a child online, if it is reported either by the victim herself or himself, or by an interested party, or through a public, a lot of preventive actions are being taken by different police organizations. So if we receive any input regarding a crime being committed against a children in the online space, action is immediately initiated. And earlier, if you look at the timeline that was given to all these intermediaries, all these social media companies, we call them intermediaries, it was almost 36 hours. For example, a child's compromised pictures are being posted online, and a case is filed, and the law enforcement agency addresses a letter to the intermediary. It can be Instagram, WhatsApp, or Facebook, and if they don't take down the content within 36 hours, they are liable to be punished, or an action, we can initiate action against them. But now the NHRC guidelines clearly says that this 36 hours is like way too long. It should be brought down to 6 hours, because I'm sure you must have, being practitioners of law, many of you must have encountered cases where children actually go through unexplainable suffering whenever such incidents happen. I'm going to go into the details of it. I'll be giving you the various types of criminal activities which are being committed against children online. But it's very difficult to explain the kind of trauma a child goes through once this basic rights or privacy is violated. So with this, I'd like to start my presentation. Can we move on to? So, see, when we started the technological revolution in the late 90s, and eventually around, around 2014 and 15, when we started embracing Digital India revolution, we had absolutely no idea about the flip side of the whole thing, right? See, today India rides high on this, honor that we are probably one of the largest, being the most populous country, we are probably having one of the largest population which is online, and the Digital India revolution is being spoken about with a lot of pride and honor. But on the other side, there was this issue which was brewing, and in this internet, which is actually looked at as a positive social force for becoming an enabler for growth, becoming a multiplier for growth and development, was also being used to commit crime against children. I'm not going into the crime against women at all, because today we are only focusing on children. crime against children, and it was leading to significant harm to a very important, target population of our country. So we missed out on that crucial aspect, but better late than never. For the past 6 to 7 years, Government of India and all the state police organizations have done a lot of activities to address the issue holistically. So today, if you look at the percentage of children who are actually online, I mean, this figure is almost 2 years old. I mean, I couldn't have the latest figures. 97% of the children between the age group of 5 to 17 are online, literally all the time. Very recently, I was home. I went to Kerala to see my parents, and we were having a family dinner, and one of my cousin's wife has a 3-year-old, and the child just simply refuses to eat, and she just gives the smartphone, and the child starts eating. And the child is not even looking at the mother, neither looking at the father, neither looking at the the grandparents. The child is just literally, the head is just into the device, right? And if you remember, when we were children, when we were growing up, if you don't eat, what the mother or the grandmother used to say? What did they say? They would just say that khao nahi to police aa jayega, right? But I mean, I think we really have come a long way. We really have come long way, that the child is like. It was a slap, yes, same ma'am. But the add-on was the fear of police. So, but things are, we've come a long way, where the child is totally oblivious to what is happening in the surrounding. There is no social interaction, the character formation and the character building is not happening properly, and the parents, being busy, most of them are career professionals, and they live in nuclear families. There is no social support. They just totally leave the responsibility to the mobile phones. And there's a lot of lack of understanding. There's a huge, the issue of ignorance among the parents and also among the teachers about this potential risk which are awaiting these children in the online space. So as per one of the reports published by NECMEC, because every year they come up with this report, this report was accessed for the year 2022 and 23. 22% jump was there in crimes committed against children online. And unofficially I tried to collect some data, and this figure is almost going to be 40-45 for this year. So it is a big number. So very quickly I'll tell you about some of the types of cases that we encounter, we come across as part of as part of the She Cyber Lab that we run as one of the modules in Women's Safety Wing. Cyber grooming. You see, this is a very important issue. This is a reflection of what is happening in today's society, right? So back in those days, who used to groom a child? It's either an uncle or grandparents or the peer group, some friends or some people, the neighbors, or some people in the locality. Today this whole grooming process happens online. Every child is active in at least more than 2 social media platforms, and today's kids are this is an Insta generation, right? They're all they call it gram, Instagram. The Gen Z calls it gram. They are a gram generation. Their interaction, their social interaction happens more online than in the physical space, right? I think the very limited the time interval where they actually talk to fellow human beings is when they are actually in school, or if they are into some sports activities or some extracurricular activities. All other times they are actually into the they are hooked onto the mobile phones. So cyber grooming happens when somebody befriends a child with an intention to commit sexual abuse against this child victim in the future. The second type of crime that we have encountered is cyber stalking. This is really widespread. If you must have read a lot about the She teams that we have in the state of Telangana. It's one of our flagship initiatives, and Telangana police received a lot of praise across the country for this particular initiative called She teams. So in 2014-15, when we started She teams, we were only handling issues of eve teasing, crimes committed against women in the public space. The goal was to keep the women and children safe in the public spaces, right? But today, when we look at the kind of complaints which are being received by these She teams, most of them have something to do with online space, and most of these complaints are received from young adolescent age group, especially girls studying in 9th or 10th or inter first, second, or in junior colleges. And the kind of, if you look at the number of complaints which are being received, and mind you, this is only I'm only talking about the number of cases which are actually coming to the notice of the police. And you know what happens in a society like ours, even today, in spite of all the strides that we have made, all the development and the progress, even today going to a police station is a stigma. Okay, it's not really a socially acceptable thing to go and report something to the police station, at least in the rural areas, right? So we are looking at something which is actually really big, and through a wider community outreach, we really have to address this issue and educate the parents and the teachers, especially the teacher community, about these issues. Cyberbullying. Earlier, we would receive complaints that, a boy approached me. He wanted to be he wanted me to be in love with him and like marry him, but I refused. And he's not letting me go. He's like following me wherever I go. But today, this is happening online, right? Earlier, if you just say no to a boy, refuses to meet him, then it just stops then and there. You can take adequate precautions not to be in the same place where the boy is. But today, when you're online, when you have WhatsApp, when you have Instagram and Facebook, it is literally difficult. It's becoming quite hard for these young age group to stay away from these perpetrators. We receive complaints of girls getting abused, and I have gone through that language. It is extremely abusive. So the kind of mental trauma these children go through, it is quite easy for us to book a case and take up investigation and probably initiate legal action against the person. What about the mental trauma the child goes through, the girl goes through? And sometimes when parents come to know about these issues, the girl child is not allowed to continue the education. So we are actually looking at a bigger social issue. Sextortion. This just does not stop with children. Today this issue is quite widespread. I have received complaints from even educated people, a lot of senior officers, many acclaimed professionals in the society, that you are busy. We are always busy. You have the phone in the hand, and sometimes you get a call. Sometimes it's a video call. Without realizing that it's a video call, you're just taking the call. You're attending the call, and on the other side of the window, there is a woman, absolutely without clothes, right? And the screenshot is taken, and that screenshot is used for blackmailing. And a lot of such cases are happening irrespective of the widespread awareness programs which are taken up by the police. Phishing, it's very common, not exactly a sexual offense, but it is quite common. A lot of people have lost a lot of money, and especially children, because these days, parents started giving pocket money to children as young as like 10, 11, 12. And they are also subjected, they are also vulnerable to these kind of scams. Where somebody, I was just leaving home after lunch for this session. It's quite funny because today I was supposed to talk about cybercrime. When I just started, I was repeatedly getting a call because we were working on multiple issues. Without realizing, I just took the call, and the person said, there's a courier that came for you from the bank. I'm going to SMS one number to you. Please call that number and talk to that boy. I said, okay. I didn't understand. I didn't realize that it's a scam call. And then the person called me like 5 times. Then I had suspicion, and then I sent the number to my cybercrime team, to Sub-Inspector Harish, and he checked, and then the person was trying to hack into my WhatsApp. And for 2 minutes I was a little like, imagine if your WhatsApp is hacked. It's very, you can reverse the whole thing, but it's a hardship that one has to go through. So you have to be very careful. We feel that with smartphone life has become easy. Actually, it has not, and it's our responsibility to teach the children as well. Cyber defamation. A boy and girl, they meet, they fall in love, they are in a relationship, they break up, and then the whole dirty linen is washed in the social media platforms. Pictures are being posted. Privacy is compromised, and a lot of abusive language being used against the children. Especially from, we have encountered so many such cases in schools in Hyderabad, where the parents come and show us screenshots about these abusive language which is being targeted, against these children. CSAM. I'm going to talk in detail about this after the presentation is over. But ma'am also is taking a lot of, initiative in terms of creating awareness about this issue. As on date in India, child sexual abuse material is one of the most important challenges being faced by us, right? One, because of lack of awareness among a lot of us, And two, we don't have the right kind of resources and the adequate manpower to handle this issue. Earlier we used to use this terminology child pornography, but later on there was an amendment done to the act, and now we say child sexual abuse material. So NECMEC, in collaboration with the MCRB, is taking up a lot of awareness activities. I foresee the coordination center at the center, Cybercrime Coordination Center. They also run a lot of courses, they run public awareness initiatives online, they try to reach out to different sections of the society, but it's like a small grain in the sand. So there's a lot to be done in this area as well. So what is the MO used by these cybercrime offenders? Trust building, but just like how it happens in the physical space. A lot of these children don't have the social abilities to form relationships in the physical space. If you look at today's kids, earlier a kid would have like 5 to 6 friends, and today also they have 5 to 6 friends, but they are not like meeting in person. It's all online, it's all on chats, it's all like snaps, it's all on like sharing Instagram reels. How does a Gen Z communicates with other kid, with the peers? They're all sharing reels, and whose reel is it, how exposed they are, how vulnerable they are in this space. They are not aware about all these things. Social engineering is when a potential victim is under the control of the perpetrator, this whole brainwashing that happens, and eventually the victim is subjected to all kinds of abuse online, and then if the person tries to establish a communication with the victim, then it leads to a bigger crime. Platform exploitation. I mean, these days most of the kids are heavily into video games, and most of the video games have this option of in-app or the in-games chat box. So that is also used sometimes for anonymity. These perpetrators are opting for these in-game chat box rather than the regular social media chats. Grooming, there is a pattern to it. First they establish contact, then they just normalize this communication contact, and then the victim is slowly isolated because the victim is like heavily onto the person who is actually grooming, and she or he stops interacting with the rest of the family members or the friends. Then the actual exploitation happens, and by the time the issue or the crime happens, it's too late. Low self-esteem, we will talk, because of lack of time I'm not going into the PTSD issues of it, but very quickly you can take a look. What is the impact these crimes have on these young, on these young children? There's a psychological trauma, they're socially isolated, and obviously there is a severe decline in their academic performance, and most of them start self-harming. And these days it's really difficult to say anything to the children, right? I mean, 10th class mein marks kam aaye, parents are scolding the kid, and the kid goes and commits suicide, right? It's very fragile. I mean, in fact, our boss ADG Charu ma'am has conducted a lot of training sessions in this regard for the police officers about how to look at this aspect which is actually overlooked in the due course of our work. Then obviously there is long-term consequences. We are talking about a future generation. If this generation is lost, obviously the future is lost. And quickly about the initiatives that we do at Women's Safety Wing. She Cyber Lab, it's a matter of pride for us. Started as a very small group of team. It is handled by Sub-Inspector Harish, very talented young constables such as Arun, and couple of others. And they do an amazing work. It is a preventive initiative that we have started in the Women's Safety Wing. Using the open source investigation tools, these young police officers, they train themselves first, they educate themselves first, and they do something called the cyber patrolling in the suspicious platforms and also in the dark web. So whenever we come across profiles or activities, so especially from repeat offenders, their profiling is done, and we generate something called an intelligence report. And then the ADG Women's Safety Wing addresses a letter to the chiefs of the police force in all the states where the presence of the accused is established. And so far we have generated 64 such intelligence reports. This year we have addressed letters to the DGPs of like 14 states, and very recently there was a very interesting case also. I will go into the case studies also. So this is like it's a preventive policing activity that we've been doing. Cyber Congress, this was our very first campaign where we trained all the students about cyber safety, followed by Her campaign, where the cyber safety campaign focused a lot on girl children. We covered almost 3.75 lakh students since 2021. It was implemented in 3 phases with an amazing support from WCD department and also Department of Education in state of Telangana. Cyber Ambassador program, which is currently ongoing, we wanted to look at the target group studying in government institutions, especially in hostels, the welfare residential schools, and we covered almost 7,350 students and almost 4,000 teachers and 2,000 government schools were covered, and we imparted, extremely professionally made content were made available to this target group, and digital safety education was imparted to them. And as you all know, in 2024, Telangana was the first state to have an exclusive bureau for cyber security. And our awareness programs, we continue to do them. Few case studies for you to understand like what kind of cases are reported. WhatsApp calls, 2 minutes on WhatsApp calls scam alert. This was exactly what I just faced in the afternoon. So somebody will call and they will say that I'm going to send you a number. Please call that number, and then a courier is awaiting you or a parcel is awaiting you. So in this, if you look at this number, there is asterisk 401 asterisk, right? This is actually a call forward option given by Airtel, the internet service provider. So somebody calls this victim and they say that we are sending a number, please add this prefix and call that number. The person gets access to the WhatsApp, hacks into it and uses this WhatsApp number to register to commit crime, and also has access into all the private messages of the victim. And the next case is about this is a Telegram big bus that I was talking about. So She Cyber Lab, which is actually doing the cyber patrolling, came across a profile of a suspicious person who was actually handling a huge volume of child sexual abuse material. So we did a lot of investigation, back-end investigation was done. Based on the investigative findings, we generated the intelligence report and it was sent to DGP West Bengal, and there was a very prompt and quick response from West Bengal police, and the person was arrested. When he was arrested, he had just one device, and by then he had almost like 1,000 different child sexual abuse material. How does he get so many pictures of these young boys and girls? It's all from the open social media platforms. So when your kid is posting her picture or his picture, it is just available for everybody to see. Instagram harassment, this is again a very interesting case where a father approached and they said that my girl's Instagram account was hacked and they are just posting very abusive content. So our team started the investigation, and eventually we found out that the whole thing was stage managed by the victim herself, so that she can post the story online and gain more followers. So the children are actually living in this this fake virtual world. They are totally cut off from the realities of the world. So in order to, she even went to the extent of dragging the whole family to the police station, and she started writing graffiti on the walls of the bathroom. She started posting all these abusive content herself, just to create that sensationalism, so that she will have more followers when there is a new account. SMS bombing case, again this is a case where your number must be used by an accused to commit cybercrime elsewhere, and you wouldn't even come to know about it till the time somebody goes and reports. So this was a case where a girl reported about receiving warning messages, and we started investigation, and when we traced the person, this was a Marathi speaking person sitting in Maharashtra, and he had absolutely no idea that his number was being used. His cousin uses his number, hacks into this number, uses this number to register himself on almost 36 social media platforms, and creates a way into WhatsApp, hacks WhatsApp and starts committing crime. So that is why whenever you use an app, please start using the two-factor verification in your phones. So these are some of the technical, the digital defenses that the children can be taught by the parents. Most important, parental controls. Almost every platform offers this. The network level filters are already inbuilt, every time a device is given to the child, parent has to ensure that parental controls are activated. Privacy settings, obviously, you should teach children, how to set up the private mode in all these apps, and virtual private networks. VPN is legally allowed in India now, so we can teach children to have VPN enabled devices. Last but not the least, very important, how to report. Most of the time, these people go scot-free because we don't report. We feel that, acha theek hai, this is something small. Why go to the trouble of reporting and, doing rounds in the police station? We just simply don't report. Because of that, internet is becoming a breeding ground for all these perpetrators against the children. So these are the different ways we can report the crimes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Rima Rajeshwari, for actually educating us on all the words, the terminology, which most of us may have been aware of, but what exactly it is and how it is relevant for our daily lives, we needed to know. And before I hand over the mic to Sri P. Ashok, who will give us a comprehensive overview of the 3 acts, 3 legislations, I just want to add one line that, we tend to see children as victims. But now the time has come, or maybe for some time now, children are also consumers. Children are also consumers of this kind of content on social media, in the dark web. And I remember, when we were children and when our parents gave us some money, whether it was 10 rupees, 20 rupees, our first thing was to go and buy a chocolate or something to eat. And now I read a survey somewhere, maybe last year, that now if a child, and particularly you'll be shocked to know in the rural areas, and in the semi-rural areas, semi-urban areas, if they get 50 rupees or even 30 rupees, they will go to their local pan shop and they will give that money and they will watch pornography for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, depending on how much money they have at their disposal. So can you see, our entire notion of entertainment, our entire notion of pleasure has changed over the years. It's now no longer restricted to a chocolate or something, or a mithai or a samosa, but it's to watch pornography on the web. So children as consumers is something we really need to worry about. And thank you, Ms. Rajeshwari. We are all so engaged with our WhatsApp accounts, whether calls, whether images, whether videos. So next time you get a call from an unknown number and you get repeated calls or you get a video call, we know what to do. So thank you for that. And over to you, Ms. Sri P. Ashok. Thank you.
No, not this. Not this. PPT. PPT series. Not share. What's up? PPT. Share system.
Honorable Justice Bhattacharya ji, Chair of the today's panel discussion, Bhupati sir, Madam Rima Rajeshwari garu, Justice of High Court, other dignitaries, all stakeholders assembled today. Actually, I am going to deal on subject of comparison of POCSO, JJ, then BNSS, etc. Before I just wanted to, before I go to my slides, I wanted to emphasize the importance of the POCSO, importance of the JJ, the almost decade plus old act, the crime committed against the children, and the comparison, the study conducted to analyze the crime against the children. It was very, this thing, 30% children below are the, 30% are the children in India. 96% children, the crime committed were the known persons against the children. 96% children are girl child, and 25% are crime committed are the sexual assault cases. 18% are sexual harassment cases, and 56% cases are the age of the accused when compared was age between 21 to 30 years, and in 36% case only the scientific evidence was used. In the morning session, Honorable Justice has been emphasized on the scientific evidence, and also there are 56% cases where the offences committed in the POCSO are penetrative and aggravated penetrative sexual assaults. So other problems, just now Bhupati sir has emphasized on the age determinations. Madam Bhattacharya Madam also brought out latest technologies on the age determination and all. But the issue is when the age, in the age determination, when the people are, children are focused for the radiation, there is also a problem of this thing. So I now focus on the issues which I have given topic. Before commencing, I always quote this statement of our Justice Madan B. Lokur, who is pioneer in the child protection. A child victim is not a statistical number. We are talking of a life that is going to be there for many years. We all, the stakeholders, which we are aware of that. This is because it's a big mandate why we are here. We have the constitutional mandate, we have ratified the UN Convention on the Child Rights, Article 415, 16, 23 and 39 emphasizes on the child protection and child laws. This a small comparison I made between the laws. The definition was given in the definition law. In juvenile justice it is below 18 years, under 2, section 2 and 12. Then in POCSO also it is 18 years under section 2D. Child means any person below the age of 18 years. And it's a gender neutral law, we all know. In Bharatiya Nyaya child means any person below the age of 18 years. And key protections provided under the laws. In juvenile justice, the rehabilitation was the important aspects. Care, adoption, trial by the juvenile justice boards, and the importance of these child welfare committees, child welfare police officers, then probation officers, district child protection units, the special juvenile police units established under section 107 of the Juvenile Justice Act, the composition of the SJPU, and under POCSO similar provisions are set up as there. That is, child welfare committee is one of the key areas where the child of the sexual abuse has to produce before the CWC. And SJPU has a pivotal role because under section 19 it is the duty of the SJPU or the local police to report the offence of the sexual abuse. The District Legal Services Authority is also an important organization because the compensation, distribution and other aspects to be taken care. The shelter is another important aspect where the victims of sexual abuse have to be produced under in the shelter homes or the CCI units. Then rehabilitation, many of the sexual abuse victims in our experience, we have seen that many of the children who are sexually abused are losing their education. So such people have to be provided the rehabilitation for their further education, and in some cases children who are working are also losing their jobs. So for such people we have to provide the rehabilitation processes. Then MPTs were one of the important and major challenges in today POCSO cases because we have the time as per the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act for only 24 weeks. In recent judgment, one of the cases, the Honorable Supreme Court has remanded back the Honorable High Court of Mumbai, wherein a delay has been caused in conducting medical examination, whereby the parents have changed their version and they wanted to keep the pregnancy without the termination. So another important aspects on POCSO is there in the provisions is that support persons. Thanks to the Women Safety Wing for providing the Bharosa centers where the support services persons have been provided, which was mandated under Rule 4 of the POCSO rules. Then we have interpreter, translators, experts, special educators. All these services need to be utilized either by the police when interacting with the children or the special judge when conducting trial. Then we have offences against children and punishments are also there. So offences under Juvenile Justice Act are punishment for cruelty, unemployment, begging, intoxication, liquor, drugs, vending, peddling, sale of children, corporal punishments like that, kidnapping, etc., which were marked in the Act, we mentioned in the Act from 74 to 89. And in the POCSO Act, before the POCSO Act, we do not have the definitions for sexual assault, sexual harassment, pornography. These sections were brought in as per the POCSO Act. So, and also sexual, penetrative sexual assault, aggravated penetrative assaults. All these sections will deal for the victims. Say the punishment is ranging from 3 years to the life, that is remainder of natural life, and also in some cases it is death also. In one of the cases where I was in the field as Additional SP Sangareddy district, we requested to the Honorable High Court for a speedy trial in one of the victims of 6 years old. She was raped and brutally killed. In that case, the Honorable Special Judge of Sangareddy has given judgment within a span of 6 months, and in that case, the offender was given punishment of death penalty, and also compensation for about 10 lakhs rupees to the next kith of the victim. Though incorporated the POCSO provisions only, Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, we have the 63, 65, 64, like that. And in Bharatiya Nyaya Suraksha Sanhita, we have to safeguard the procedural, trial and examination of the witnesses. When we are examining the witnesses under 180 BNSS and also under 183 BNSS by Honorable Magistrates, the care should be taken while interacting with the children. The sensitivity has to be involved when interacting with the children. Trial of the juvenile offenders. In juvenile justice boards to conduct the trial as per section 4 of the juvenile justice board. Child friendly court setup is already there. The preliminary assessment into heinous offences is one of the important area where many of our juvenile justice officers or the police officers, they are not utilizing this opportunity in producing the matter before the JJB to escalate the matter to the children court. Then in POCSO also we have special court orders are there. Special courts are established, special courts are in place, and judgments have been rendered as per timely. The beauty of the POCSO Act, as per my knowledge, is completely it's a procedural law. Completely it is saying you have to do this. Completely saying you have to give this compensation. Completely, directing us, you do this punishment and like that. So in Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, trial as per the seriousness of the children. Here the heinous offence, that is between 16 and 18 age, this was added in the section 15 was added in our Juvenile Justice Care and Protection Act 2012, owing to the recommendations of the Justice Verma Commission after the incident of that Nirbhaya incident. So guidelines are there under the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, Nyaya Suraksha Sanhita. The trial, in-camera trials, fast tracking of courts, etc. has to be made done. So police involvement is very, very important under all these acts. Especially he is the first responder, and his ability to extract the truth is very important. So we have the setup of juvenile justice, special juvenile police units. Child welfare police officers are also placed in each police station as per GOMS number 25. And special juvenile police units also established in each district, headed by Additional Deputy Commissioner of Police to deal with the children of sexual abuse and also the juvenile child in conflict with law. There is, we all know this important aspect of this mandatory reporting provision under Juvenile Justice Act as per section 19. And anybody who come across any incident of such nature of having offense against the child must be reported to the local police, that is special juvenile police units. Otherwise, it's a punishable offense under the same law. And when I am interacting with the CWCs of in a session, one of the CWCs has informed me that despite of several complaints, in one of the district the case was not registered. Immediately I talked to that concerned officer, then the FIR was registered. Here all the stakeholders is very imperative, especially doctors who doesn't report the matter. In MPT cases, they just do the MPTC and then leave the victim. So this is an offense, and then all the person who got the knowledge will be punished. Then police to follow in the juvenile POCSO Act. Statement recorded to be child sensitive, as I told you, and in the language spoken by the child. Consent and reporting is mandatory. Reporting is there under POCSO, and protective custody and observations. In all juvenile justice cases, the observation homes, place of safety for juveniles to be provided, and special homes. These homes are run by the government, and in some cases it is by the NGOs. So victim has to be, even the juvenile person in child in conflict with is also to be treated as a most important person. Victims kept safety during trial if needed. During the trial, if the victim of POCSO faces any fear of this thing, then she can be conducted kept in the shelter homes. Then victim compensations has been provided. Justice Madam has been emphasized on this as per our 357 ACRPC with the provisions, and the NALSA fund is there, special, then also SALSA. Then DLSA is responsible for the disbursement of the fund. Compensation fund is available, state victim compensation fund is available, and then BNSS mandates victim-centric trials allow compensation claims. Compensation in one of the judgment, Bijoy versus West Bengal court, the court has also emphasized to give more compensation other than the regular required compensation, since the state has the responsibility to protect the children and failed in its activity. So in-camera trials, most specified, mandatory in-camera trials are there. Mandatory in-camera trials to be conducted, which is already in place. So especially establishment of our court in Hyderabad city is one of the greatest court for the child specific this thing. Then speedy trials, Juvenile Justice Board to conduct a trial in 4 months, but child friendly and fast track courts as per the Juvenile POCSO Act, the judgment shall be completed after taking the cognizance in 1 year. So time bound investigation for the police officer in 60 days, and this is also being seriously monitored by all the child sexual abuse cases and also rape cases by the Government of India Ministry of Home Affairs. So non-disclosure is one of the important provisions available under the Juvenile Justice Act for 74 and also section 23 of the POCSO Act. Then disclosure also is an offence under BNS 72. Presumption clause is there. This section presumption clause, that is age, has been much talked on this by Sir Bhupati sir. There is abatement clause under POCSO. Whoever abates, then the punishment is there under 17. The presumption is very, very important clause. This the accused has to prove his guilt. Then public awareness is one of the important arena in which all stakeholders have the responsibility to conduct public awareness about the POCSO Act and JJ Act and the offences committed. In this aspect, the Bharosa centers are doing a lot of work by analyzing the hotspot analysis and then conducting awareness campaigns. This is some just forces that we have to conduct copies to the victims. No face-to-face meeting of the child accused, and no to keep the children in the police station beyond sunrise and sunset. No publishing of material. Safe corners. In recent times, we have opened many safe corners in the police stations for dealing with the POCSO as well as the juvenile cases. There is beautiful institutional mechanism as established to provisions have been provided in Telangana. One is that Barossa, you all know that Barossa officers are also is there. A child, a single window system, support for handling towards quest for justice, delivery and rehabilitation. It's a 24 hours running organization, and video conferencing facility is also there. In some of the cases, honorable magistrates have conducted video conferences. Recording 161 statements is by the police officer. In all Barossa center, one sub-inspector of police has been provided. One of its kind child-friendly court was established in Hyderabad city. It's a paperless center administered by the Barossa Society, headed by the Women's Safety Wing Additional DGP Madam. And child rape and child sexual abuse cases have been taken. Initially, it was opened in 2006 with one center, but in 2021, it was started in a massive way. By now, we have created about 29 centers across the Telangana state, each district having one Barossa center, and in tri-commissioners, we are going to have 2-3 centers in each district. Thereby, we are, going up to 35 centers. Immediately, as soon as the victim comes to the police station, she will be immediately sent with a requisition to the Barossa Society, where the Barossa people will go, and then victim will be examined by the psychological person, who is psychologist is already recruited there, and she will examine the victim, and thereafter, after talking to her, after conducting an interview, then she will put to before the police officer for recording the statement under 24 of the POCSO Act, and then medical examination also conducted in Hyderabad city. We have the facility. In some other district center we do not have, and that if that facility has been provided, the long waiting of the victim at the hospital will be avoided. Then we have the legal facilities. The legal support person is provided for handling the victim and their legal rights, and also accompanying the victim for recording 164 statement at the court, magistrate court. Rehabilitation center rehabilitation has been provided. Shelter is being provided by producing before the CWC. We will outreach to generate awareness. And the beauty of the Barossa Society and Barossa Center is we have provided the victim compensation fund about ₹1 lakh in the each Barossa Center to meet the immediate medical expenses of the victims of the sexual abuse. And this is a feather in our cap that the Honorable Supreme Court in Nipun Saxena versus Union of India has categorically stated to provide one-stop centers, and one such center which has already been set up is Hyderabad Barossa. This can be used as a model for another one-stop centers in the country. So we have also provided the institutional mechanism provisions. Is child-friendly corners have been created. 10 centers have been created in Sangareddy, and already in operational. With the help of UNICEF, we have taken the assistance from the UNICEF also in providing these centers, where the victims of juvenile children or child in conflict with will be provided, and also we are using these centers for the victims of sexual abuse. Infrastructure in place. These are the places we have already created. This is a reserve open. This is the creation of our juvenile justice, special juvenile police units. Pre-production rules also we are following for the children under Rule 16 of the JJ Act. No FIR shall be registered like that. And forwarded the nature, the probation officer facilities are being used in the cases. And these are all the prohibited. Production of the child has to be in conflict with the law before the board. No handcuff for the children, and not used or coercive forces. Inform the charge made against the children through the parents and guardians. Not to compel the child to confess his guilt. Like parents, guardian may be present during the interview of the children. No feeling of custodial interrogation. Not to ask the child to sign. CWP shall be in plain clothes, which we are ensuring. And general principles is one of the important area we are focusing. The diversional alternative principle we are implementing in Hyderabad through she teams, where the victims of children in conflict with law who are caught by the she teams are being diverted at the police station itself by taking an undertaking from them and conducting counseling. Then preliminary assessment is one of the important area where principal magistrate will conduct the Juvenile Justice Board conduct for the conducting trial of the accused of 16 and 18 years age. This is wage verification, sir, as Ali categorically treated. Sir, here we are facing and we need your intervention here. The most of the police cases, when we see the FIRs, only the bona fide certificate are being submitted with the charge sheet.
bona fide certificate is not a valid certificate. So I think we need some good insight on this, because many of the problem we are being facing on ground is that many of the victims are illiterate. They do not have the birth certificate.
Sir, for that also there is an answer by the Supreme Court.
Yes, yes.
TC is also not accepted.
That TC is also not accepted. Study certificate is also not accepted. Only the matriculation certificate accepted. Board certificate.
Those mentioned.
Matriculation and board certificates, sir, and also municipality and corporation and panchayats. The problem we are being facing is that the children are illiterate. They do not have the date of birth. Only we have the evidence is that Aadhaar card, which is not admissible. And the last availability is that bone ossification test. In many of the cases, it is going in favor of the accused, because the doctor is giving the his opinion between 17 to 18 years, and sometimes are 16 to 18 years, and in sometimes it is 16 to like that. So that is also the problem. And also here in bone ossification test, since we have to expose the children for the radiation, this thing, that is also posing danger to their
so also driving license.
Yes.
And Aadhaar card also not accepted.
Not accepted. Yes, that's what, sir. So this is actually for the consumption of our police officer. I have specifically made this slide. Then in this recent Honorable Supreme Court judgment again reiterated that in the form of school register was not sufficient to arrive at the conclusion that the POCSO cases were less than 16 years. So invariably we need to have a date of birth certificate and SSC certificates. Otherwise, we have the only method is bone ossification test. So in this thing also, we have a lot of stakeholders are important in this convergence for converging all the laws. So these are the police are to record the statements under 24 of the POCSO Act in plain clothes, the police officer, and language to be used, the same language spoken by the children, the medical examination to be conducted, the frequent breaks to be given to the child. So police officers should read out loudly to the victim and then record. The child dignity have to be protected like that. And then magistrate has to record the statement within 24 hours as emphasized in the Tarkar Shivana versus Karnataka state, which is not happening, sir. The statement have to be, this is one of important ideas which I wanted to emphasize. Then medical examination is another problem. This is also not happening in 24 hours. The victims are being in queue. So the medical actual law, it is called as a medical legal emergency as per the POCSO 27 Act and also in the 184 of 184 of BNSS. So compensation. These now we have trained all the SHOs in the states, sir, through our Honorable DGP, sir. We have providing now the Form A format under POCSO rules to the victims, giving entitlement of this thing, and also preliminary assessment to report. Yeah. So this is the Child Welfare Committee. In three circumstances, we are producing the victim before the Child Welfare Committee when the accused and the victim are in the same household, because we have the most of the cases pertinent to this case. So 94% cases are on this nature. Child is living in child care institution, and when the child is without any care. So support services we are providing. Appointment of support person is there. Then child-friendly procedures of all judges, they know this. This is an important aspect, sir. We all converged today to make the child an important aspect, make the child to be free, and make the child to not to re-traumatize. All the stakeholders to converge, and their important judgments which are there. And finally, I request, let us protect the child rights and the best interest of the child. Thank you so much. One and all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Sri Ashok. And I will not say anything because we are already 25 minutes behind our schedule. And just 1 minute. And we have another session. Justice Vijay Sen is waiting for his session. So I will not take my 10 minutes. Just wanted to thank my panelists for raising very important issues. To Mr. Bhupati for showing us the decision citations, to Ms. Rajeshwari educating us about so many different concepts, cybercrimes, child sexual abuse material. Interesting that from child pornography now we use that expression, child sexual abuse material, and because it shows that there's a shift somewhere in our thinking, that pornography, child pornography is not for our entertainment, but if we actually indulge in it, then we are liable for an offense. And to Sri Ashok for giving us a total overview of what the laws are and where to go in case you have a problem. So thank you very much, and but most of all to all of you, all my colleagues, my esteemed colleagues, my friends, Ms. Ramachandran, everyone, Mr. George, everyone in the audience I know. Thank you very much for being with us, and all the best for the next session. I'm sure that will be an equally great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Milad, and other honorable resource persons on the dais for such inspiring and thought-provoking deliberations by focusing on important provisions relating to child in POCSO Act cases along with other laws. We would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to Her Lordship and other honored resource persons for their generosity and kindness in gracing this occasion by felicitating them. For this,
Sir, just 1 minute, sir. Just 1 minute. With the kind permission, Chair, I want to tell one important judgment, because what is happening is the Supreme Court frowned the practice of using the word child pornography in judgments. But still judges are using the word child pornography, recent judgment. That we should keep it in mind. They frowned it. Recent judgment, just rights for children, aliens and others versus S. Harish and others. 2024 SEC online, Supreme Court page 2611 is its citation. Please note down. Supreme Court frowned it. They asked the courts to use the word CSEAM, C-S-E-A-M, CSEAM, child sexual exploitation and abuse of material. They gave such direction to the union government also. Press is correctly using. Recently I read some articles in Hindu and Times of India. They used the word CSEAM. They did not use the word child pornography. But we are using. Please see judgment, paragraph 260, Roman 1, Roman 2. Please kindly see. Paragraph 260, Roman 1, Roman 2. There is a wonderful judgment of Justice J.B. Pardiwala and Justice Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud. Wonderful judgment. They frowned the practice. The government may not follow, but we have to follow. Please kindly note this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, now I humbly request Honorable Srimati Justice E. Tirumala Devi, Madam, Judge High Court for the State of Telangana, to kindly present a memento to Her Lordship, Honorable Ms. Justice Maushami Bhattacharya, Judge High Court for the State of Telangana and Chairperson of the Committee to monitor the cases filed under POCSO Act. Now I humbly request Honorable Sri M.B. Ramesh Sir, Principal District and Session Judge, Asifabad, to kindly present a memento to Honorable Sri C.H.K. Bhupati, Principal District and Session Judge, retired. Thank you, sir. Now I humbly request Dr. Chetana, IPS, Women Safety Wing, to kindly present a memento to Ms. Rema Rajeshwari, IPS, Deputy Inspector General of Police, Women Safety Wing, Telangana. Now I humbly request Sri Akeshwar Rao, Joint Director, Women Development and Child Welfare, to kindly present a memento to Sri Pagadal Ashok, Additional Deputy Commissioner of Police, North Zone, Hyderabad. Now I seek the permission of the Honorable Chair to declare the session closed. Now it is time for tea break, and all are requested to reassemble for the next session at within 10 minutes. In the lawn, tea is available, sir, for participants.
Sri S. Shashidhar Reddy garu. Now I request Madam Chandana, member SCPCR, to present a sapling to Sonikutti George, Child Protection Specialist, UNICEF. This session will focus on the international conventions and national legislations and how the child-related acts were enacted and what is the role of the government. I request all the officers please maintain silence in the session. Session has already been commenced. Please cooperate. If you cooperate, we will close the session on time. My Lord, Honorable Sri Justice Vijay Reddy garu to take up the session.
Senior Judge Justice Moshami Bhattacharya present here, other esteemed sister and brother judges, my co-panelists Mr. Shashidhar Reddy, Senior Judicial Officer, Mr. Sonikutti George, Child Protection Specialist, UNICEF. Good afternoon. On lighter vein, I should say after lunch and high tea, as a Telangana person, I know it is difficult for all of us. And judicial officers, Monday to Friday, they have heard lawyers. Now, by compulsion, they have to hear the judges. I cannot help. Now we are here to discuss on this topic assigned to our panel, which is legal framework, international conventions, national legislations. So I hope to stick on to the time, and if I exceed, someone can remind me. So, children's right to safety is a shared global commitment. The UN Convention on Rights of Child obliges the state to protect children from all forms of sexual exploitation and sexual abuse. Now, Mr. Bhupati said not to use certain words, but because we have several stakeholders here, sorry, I did not take the names of police officers, judicial officers, retired, delegates of the dais, NGOs and other stakeholders who are present here. So let me again say it is the obligation of the state to protect children from all forms of sexual exploitation and sexual abuse, including prostitution and pornography. Similarly, ILO conventions on child labor, especially Convention number 138, which deals with minimum age, and 182, which deals with worst forms of child labor, establish a duty on governments and businesses to safeguard children from exploitation. These international standards underscore that child protection is not merely a governmental task, but a broad social responsibility involving communities, employers and all stakeholders. POCSO Act, a comprehensive law for child safety. India's Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act, for short, POCSO Act 2012, is a watershed legislation dedicated to combating child sexual abuse. Unlike general provisions of IPC, POCSO Act explicitly defines and penalizes various forms of sexual crimes against children, closing loopholes and providing specialized procedures. For instance, penetrative sexual assault under Section 3, analogous to child rape, carries a minimum sentence of 10 years up to life and a maximum sentence extending up to life imprisonment. If the victim is under age of 16 years, the punishment increases to not less than 20 years. Similarly, non-penetrative sexual assault, Section 7, such as inappropriate touching, is punishable with an imprisonment between 3 to 5 years. While aggravated sexual assault under Section 9, for example, by police officers or armed offenders, attract at least 5 years imprisonment. POCSO Act also criminalizes sexual harassment. Example, sexually suggestive behavior with penalties up to 3 years. Sexual exploitation of children is stringently outlawed. Section 14 punishes using a child for any pornographic purpose with 5 to 7 years jail and 7 years on repeat conviction. Section 15 penalizes possession or storage of child pornography. For example, failure to delete or report such material incurs fine to the maximum of 5,000 rupees and even jail of between 3 to 5 years for commercial distribution. Importantly, Section 21 makes it an offence punishable up to 6 months jail imprisonment if anyone, including parents or caregivers, fail to report a child sexual offence or record it properly. These provisions, from assault pornography to reporting, make POCSO an exhaustive child protection statute far more specific and protective than ordinary IPC sections. Victim-centric and child-friendly provisions. POCSO mandates child-friendly court procedures. Section 23 strictly forbids identifying a child victim. No report in any media shall disclose the identity of a child, including his name or her name, address, photograph, so on. So, trials must be in camera. Special courts are introduced to try POCSO cases behind closed doors, allowing only child's parents or trusted person in the court. Section 24 requires that child statement must be recorded at home or a comfortable place by a woman officer not in uniform, ensuring that child does not meet the accused or get detained at night. Such child-friendly measures pioneered by POCSO and reinforced by judicial guidelines aim to reduce trauma. To sum up Act's procedural rules under Sections 24 to 28 and Section 37, etc., create a shield, supportive environment for vulnerable victims, reflecting best practices in child-focused justice. Judicial initiatives and special courts. Due to proactive steps taken by the Hon'ble Supreme Court of India, notably in 2019 in case of alarming rise in number of reported child rape incidents, the Supreme Court, led by the then Chief Justice of India, Gogoi, mandated exclusive POCSO courts in every district with over 100 pending cases. The court ordered that each district shall have at least one fast-track court only to try POCSO offences under a central scheme, fully funded for judges, infrastructure and support staff. More recently, in May 2025, Supreme Court reiterated this directive, pressing the centre and states to set up dedicated POCSO courts on top priority and to meet the strict statutory timelines for investigation, that is 2 months, and trial, that is 6 months. The court even appointed amicus and senior counsels to monitor implementation. These orders reflect a judicial wake-up call aimed at reducing case backlogs and signalling that society will not tolerate neglect of child abuse cases. According to the recent data, India still has huge pendency. There are about 2,39,188 cases. Out of 2,68,038 POCSO cases filed in the year 2022 and pending trial. The fast track scheme launched in the year 2019 initially set up 100 hundreds of special courts, mandating one exclusive POCSO court wherever cases exceed 100. In 2019, that was true in 389 districts. However, even now many districts lack fully functional courts. The court has publicly flagged that we are not even getting enough judges for regular courts, thereby constraining creation of dedicated POCSO courts. The Honorable Justice Supreme Court, retired Justice Bela Trivedi, noted in September 2024 that although hundreds of special courts were ordered, many are only partly established, stressing that ad hoc arrangements are no substitute for properly staffed courts. In short, Supreme Court has mandated special POCSO courts, but consistent follow-through by states is crucial. State and stakeholder responsibilities. Implementation of POCSO is ultimately a state and societal responsibility. State home departments must designate and fund these special courts, while High Court must appoint regular judges, not temporary, and ensure that they are trained in child rights issues. The Director of Prosecution and state government should also assign trained regular public prosecutor to these courts. The Supreme Court has warned that judges handling POCSO cases should not be overburdened with other work, a challenge amid India's severe judicial vacancies. Legislative and executive branches must therefore expand infrastructure and manpower. The police and investigative agencies are critical stakeholders. Under POCSO, every police officer is required to have a child welfare police officer or a special cell for children and to promptly register cases under sections 19 to 21. Officers must gather evidence quickly, especially medical and forensic samples, since delayed lab reports have repeatedly been cited as causes of trial delay. In fact, in 2019, Supreme Court directed that existing forensic science labs be made fully functional to turn around DNA and sexual assault evidence rapidly. Police must also be sensitive in interrogating children. Female officers recording statements out of uniform. This needs to be followed. Periodic training and sensitization programs for police, prosecutors, judges and community stakeholders can enhance their effectiveness, a point repeatedly urged by court and child rights group. Here I would like to emphasize one point. Normally when we see several programs and conferences organized, we give a lot of importance to all the stakeholders, police, investigation, public prosecutors, judges, and NGOs are also called. But in my personal opinion, the defense lawyers also should be the stakeholders, which we have forgotten. They should have been invited to the conferences. A lawyer has a moral obligation towards his client. As a defense lawyer, his ultimate goal is to get acquittal. And he knows he will go to the farthest extent to get an acquittal. And he should be sensitive to a trial under POCSO Act cases. IPC offences and other general law offences. You know, we got used to this conventional practice. And as judges, you know, as lawyers, you know, most of the witnesses, if you see 304 IPC, classic example, many of them are given up by the prosecution and most of the witnesses turn hostile. Now, coming to POCSO Act, if there is a offense, heinous crime like penetrative sexual assault, I can understand there will be external, internal injuries, there will be forensic evidence. But what about inappropriate behavior and sexual abuse, where child who was within four corners of a room was subjected to sexual harassment? I am not pessimistic in saying this, but as a lawyer I have seen in my 25 years of career, and as a judge I have completed five years, the police investigation in sexual abuse cases is not easy thing if you go by the, I am saying going by the convention. It's not to criticize the system. With this conventional practices, very difficult for anyone to come to the court, and even if they come to the court, and if charge sheet is filed based on sole testimony of the victim, all of us know what is the conviction rate. Police, the effective investigation is indispensable. Registering the crime and filing a charge sheet on time is not enough unless investigation is thorough. Investigation officers should avoid any lapses like missing witness statements and medical evidence that could weaken the case. Senior prosecution should vet POCSO charge sheets to ensure completeness. Importantly, POCSO makes most offences non-bailable for accused adults. Section 12(1) bars bail until charge sheeting and trial, signaling that prosecutors should generally oppose bail applications. Ensuring these cases more quickly through court sends a strong message of seriousness. The goal is trials to be completed in months, not years, so that victims and their families feel that justice is being taken seriously. Victim and witness protection measures. Victims of child abuse and their families are inherently vulnerable socially and emotionally. POCSO's provisions aim to protect them. In addition to anonymity under Section 23 and in-camera trial under Section 37, the Act and related guidelines provide special accommodations. For example, witness can testify via CCTV and behind screens, and court may allow support persons or experts to accompany the child. The National Commission for Protection of Child Rights and State Commission have issued detailed rules for supporting child complainants and witnesses under Section 39. Unfortunately, implementation gaps remain. A recent judiciary report found that over 80% of the districts lack vulnerable witness deposition centers or separate child-friendly rooms. This underscores the need for improved court infrastructure like waiting halls, playrooms, ramp access, trained staff to reduce further trauma. Now, what is the role of civil society, legal aid and statutory institutions in child protection? Beyond the statutory provisions and judicial mandates, civil society organizations and legal aid institutions play an indispensable role in effective implementation of protection of children from sexual offences. These organizations act as bridge between law and the victim, ensuring that child's journey through the criminal justice system is not re-traumatizing. Numerous NGOs work in coordination with police departments, prosecution units and judiciary to sensitize key stakeholders. They conduct training programs for police officers, especially those in juvenile and women protection cells, focusing on child-friendly procedures, gender sensitivity and trauma-informed approaches. Many NGOs also accompany victims and their families to court, ensuring their rights are protected and they are supported with counseling, legal advice and shelter when required. The role of national and state commissions and the oversight. The National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, for short NCPCR, and its counterparts in state commissions are pivotal statutory bodies constituted under the Commission of Protection of Child Rights Act 2005. Their primary mandate is to ensure that all laws, policies and programs are in consonance with child rights framework outlined in Constitution and international conventions like United Nations Convention on Rights of Child. These commissions have given statutory authority to inspect childcare institutions, juvenile homes, special courts, monitor the implementation of POCSO proceedings, investigate complaints of delay or insensitivity, recommend policy changes to the government and ministries, conduct awareness drives and legal literacy programs among children, parents and communities. In particular, commissions can appoint child welfare experts or assign support persons under Section 39 of the POCSO Act, whose role is to guide and assist child victims throughout the legal process. This plays a crucial role in restoring the child's psychological and emotional confidence. Alongside child commissions, the National Commission for Women and State Women Commissions have overlapping mandates when it comes to protection of child, especially in cases involving trafficking, abuse within families or sexual exploitation in institutions. These commissions also offer legal assistance, counseling services, shelter homes, and help in rehabilitation of the victims. Legal aid and access to justice. Under Legal Service Authorities Act 1987, every district legal service authority, DLSA, and state SLSA is mandated to provide free legal aid to children, particularly those from economically or socially disadvantaged backgrounds. POCSO victims are entitled to legal counsel at state expense from the stage of recording FIR through to trial and appeal. The Legal Service Authority, in collaboration with bar associations and NGOs, often conduct sensitization program and outreach programs to spread awareness about their entitlements. Supporting legislations, strengthening the ecosystem. The Juvenile Justice Act 2015 complements the POCSO framework by ensuring that even a child in conflict with law are treated with compassion and reformative principles. The Act prohibits capital punishment and life imprisonment without possibility of release for child offenders. Now, since I'm short of time, I'll just refer to the other statutes where protection is given to the children. That is Right of Children to Free and Compulsory Education Act 2019. Then other schemes of central government like Ministry of Women and Child Development, wherein they have schemes like Child Protection Services Scheme, One Stop Center Scheme, Ujjwala Scheme, Nirbhaya Fund, etc. Now, in conclusion, let me say the promise of POCSO Act is upheld not by law alone, but by interconnected web of statutory institutions, commissions, civil society and legal aid mechanisms that give meaning to its provision on the ground. The combined efforts of judiciary, executive and social sector ensure that no child walks alone in their fight for justice. Protecting children from sexual offences is a collective obligation, legal, moral and social. International norms, UNCRC, ILO, etc. set broad objectives. India's POCSO Act translates them into concrete law with stringent penalties and child-friendly processes. Yet statutes alone are not enough. The judicial activism mandating special courts, fast trials, infrastructure improvement must be matched by diligent state implementation and community vigilance. Investigators, prosecutors and judges must receive training and adequate resources so that no POCSO case drags on unreasonably. Equally, society must listen to children's voices, never ignore a report of abuse, and support victims without stigma. By enacting POCSO and related laws, India acknowledges that child protection is everyone's responsibility. Now it is imperative that courts, government, police, educators, families and citizens work together in policy and practice to fulfill that responsibility. In doing so, we not only uphold the rule of law, but also safeguard the most vulnerable amongst us, ensuring a safer future for every child. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Now, many of you sitting here, particularly judicial officers, might be knowing about our co-panelist, Mr. Sri.A.Revanth Reddy is one of the senior most judicial officers, and I request him to commence his session.
My Lord, Honorable Sri Justice B. Vijay Reddy Garu, my co-panelist Sri Sonikoti Charge Garu, Honorable Judges of the High Court for State of Telangana, all the dignitaries assembled here, a very good afternoon. My topic should have followed Mr. George because the topics overlap. Since George will be speaking of the legislations, I will be speaking of the obligations the legislations impose on the state. But be that as it may, I will do my topic. Any gaps are there, Mr. George's speech will cover them. And I'm not going to speak of the various legislations in detail. Sir, I'll just tell you, I'm sure this side of the audience would have heard of this. I'm sure those of you who have studied law on that side would also have heard of this. HLA Hart said, oceans of ink were spilled to define what law is. Now today we are gathered here to deal with child rights. I would say similarly, as vast oceans of ink were spilled to define what a right is. Now the reason why I speak of this is rights are defined variously, they have various meanings. So for our purpose, I adopt one particular definition. That is, you have a right if you can find an authority to enforce it. Telugu, I'm sure all of you understand Telugu, right? I have a right not to be beaten. Unless my friends in khaki are standing before me, I don't have that right. I have a right to realize some money. Unless my brothers and sisters sitting here give me a degree, I don't have a right to realize it. So, as long as we have an authority that says, I will enforce your right, I will protect your right, we have a right. Otherwise, it's just paper. That is what the role of government is. I'll give you a just brief, very vague outline of how these rights came about. In olden times, in pre-modern times, there is even a debate now whether a concept called a child or childhood existed. Today we have defined terms. We say a child is less than, any person who is less than 18 years. His life, we define his experience as childhood. We define a particular age group as adolescence. There is a very big debate whether such a concept existed a couple of 100 years ago. Consequently, children used to do whatever adults used to do. They would work in the farms. If the father is a blacksmith, they would work in the smithy. If he is a tailor, he would work in the tailor. He was a weaver, they would assist in the weaving. So there was no distinction between what work an adult would do and a child would do. But as time progressed, as more education started spreading, and as industrial revolution came, this distinction, the lack of distinction, what happened was, children were also employed in the factories, and you know how factories are. In the mines, they suffered hell. The best example is Oliver Twist. If you read it, it's set up in Victorian England. It shows the fate of children at that point of time. There is another thing, there's something really called phosphorus girls, matchstick girls rather. These were girls who suffered deformity because they handled phosphorus for making matchsticks in factories. Seeing this in Victorian England, they enacted the Factories Act, regulating the age at which children can be employed. As times progressed, as conception of rights, as conception that human beings inherently have rights have come, so also various groups of our society, women, colonized peoples, children, their rights have been recognized. So we had in 1925 the Geneva Convention of Declaration of Rights. In 48 again United Nations declared the rights and again adopted it as the Child Rights Convention. This is the vague history of it. But then if you read the Child Rights Convention, Mr. George will deal with it. Every article says the state parties shall do this, state parties shall do this. Who are the state parties? All of us sitting here are the state parties. See, we are representatives of the state. We are the hands of the state. For the Child Rights Convention to operate in Telangana, we are the persons who have to do it. What the Union of India, that is Indian government and the state governments do to perform or to comply with the obligations under the conventions is they would enact the legislations. The Juvenile Justice Act, the Child Rights Protection Commissions Act, Child Marriage Prohibition Act, amendments to the Factories Act, POCSO Act, all these things come. But then, without the state machinery, they are just words, they are just letters. They have nothing to do. So what is the role of state? State controls the purse and the sword. So state has to invest it in creating the infrastructure. It has to use its word to enforce them. Then children have rights. So sir, now I am sure we are all working in the system. We know how the system works. Since I have worked on the judicial side, I know what infrastructure defects we have on the judicial side. Juvenile courts are manned by magistrates who are not regular. They are rather regular charge of that court. They attend to it at the maximum 2 days in a week. There are requirements of the juvenile court that every child has to be, they have to be, how do you say, they should, a clinical psychologist should attend to them, especially where the heinous case offences are alleged against them. I ask my colleagues, they say, sir, there is no clinical psychologist. We don't have a clinical psychologist to whom I can send the child for analysis, for a, examination. When I was in Sangareddy, I was told the observation home was closed and all children were shifted to Kachiguda, the observation home, I'm not sure, near Kachiguda. Now, from Kachiguda to Sangareddy is about more than 100 kilometers, if I am not wrong. So if a child has to be produced, they need an armed escort from Hyderabad city to Sangareddy. So children were not produced. POCSO courts. The first time I had experience with POCSO cases was when I was posted as Metropolitan Sessions Judge and First Additional District Judge of Visakhapatnam. We have a joke among ourselves, First Additional District Courts are like Swiss knives. The reason is, as Metropolitan Sessions Judge Visakhapatnam, I had 17 different designations. I was the special court for NDPS, POCSO, Electricity, Marine Act, PMLA, Human Rights Court, whatnot, 17 designations. And my pendency was about 2,300, out of which 1,125 were NDPS cases, 600 civil, 600 IPC, 74 POCSO, and about some miscellaneous cases of the rest of it. I had 625 under trial cases because, as you know, Visakhapatnam is the production center of ganja, and once a person gets caught in ganja case, he is not going to get a bail. So I had 625 under trials, every day 50 persons extension of remand, 25 to 30 bail applications, and at any given point of time 30 to 35 under trial cases. Now, what am I supposed to do with these POCSO cases? Right, I did try, because when I took it, I looked at the act and it says within 90 days, within 10 days or 30 days I have to record PW1's chief. So I said, okay, fine, let's do it. But among all that, that's the fate of all our courts. Now, when Act says you have to establish a special court, that requires a special court, it is a special prosecutor. I didn't have a special prosecutor. I had one prosecutor who is a good man because he cooperated with me with the punishing trial schedules I fixed. But he was also the deputy director or joint director of Visakhapatnam. So he had his own administrative work. Still he worked. He cooperated. I was able to do it. Sir said defense counsels. when I fixed schedules, luckily in Visakhapatnam, the defense councils did not take adjournment. They cooperated. On the day I fixed, trials were done. The reason it worked is people cooperated with me. The reason it worked is the infrastructure that I had was okay. I didn't have a special place to hide the accused, to all that, but we managed somehow. But then this will not work in the long term, and it hasn't worked. I'm sure all of you are aware it has not worked. So the role of government and role of court is that we should make these things work. We should see that children get these rights. They will only get the rights when we enforce those rights, when we invest in the infrastructure for enforcing those rights. That is what the government should do. There should be a full-time magistrate for juvenile courts. There should be special courts. Now, I have one more difficulty with special courts. Visakhapatnam, as you all know as well, is a huge district, and agencies and all that. When I was in Sangha-Reddy, at that point of time it was divided into 3 districts. Erstwhile Sangha-Reddy, the Siddipet to Sangha-Reddy is about 100 kilometers. So special court in Sangha-Reddy for a victim in Siddipet is as good as going to the moon. Then we established fast-track courts in the talukas, in the stations. That is a much better development. That's what is required. Special court by itself, it imposes an unreasonable burden on the police and prosecution, because victims will be distributed across the district, but the court will be far away from them. That has to be answered. Even now, I'm sure my friends on this side of the audience would identify atrocities against women courts. They are all in the headquarters. Victims, earlier, the nearest senior civil judge court, which was assistant sessions judge, used to deal with them. Now, all the cases go to the headquarters in one court, and victims have to travel across the district to that court. So now, did it make things better or did it make things worse? And sometimes, because of shortage of judges, those courts were left vacant. So those are the things that are required, sir. The main things, like as I said, government creates all this infrastructure. It has to invest in it, invest in the policy. And one last thing is, we have to understand what children go through. As adults, we forget our childhoods. That also creates difficulty in designing policies and institutional mechanisms for dealing with children. That is also one role government has to fulfill. That is also one role all of us here have to do. So thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
I request Mr. Kuti George to start this session.
Honorable Justice Vijay Reddy Garu, Shashidhar Reddy Garu, thank you so much. I think good evening, and a smile please. Come on, yeah. This is like very boring to be sitting like this. Can I play some cards? No problem. No, if I play, you will have gambling act also coming in. How many how many of you have seen playing cards? Everybody. How many cards are there in a pack? 52. Why you forget 2 of my photographs here? How many are there? 54. Okay? Just to tell you, yeah, 2 jokers are there. That's why I said 2 of my photographs. Yeah, 54. Actually, in UNCRC, UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, which defines what rights of children and what state obligations are, there are 54 articles. And there are these 2 jokers. What are the specialty of jokers? It goes with everybody. So the most important thing about the UNCRC is that you always are governed by two basic principles. The first basic principle is the best interest of the child. The best interest of the child. The second is the right to participation for the child. The CRC defines non-discrimination. I'll come to non-discrimination and others in 2 minutes. But this is the essence of universal declarations and CRCs and conventions, is to give a guideline. And most interestingly, I don't think I'll go into a PowerPoint presentation to make things complicated for you. Let's make it very simple. The most important thing in any action that we do, we are governed by certain basic principles. Basic principles. Now, defining those basic principles, from Beijing rules to Riyadh guidelines to all international conferences, meetings, have done all that. And do we have anywhere set of principles which need to govern our action listed out? The guiding principles of our action? Any legislation? We've been talking legislations, which ones? The JJ Act has a full chapter on the basic principles. And POCSO, let me tell you, on the object of the conference that is happening today, POCSO has nothing to do. Rehabilitation and reintegration of the child does not happen in POCSO courts. It does not happen in POCSO courts. The rehabilitation, reintegration is moved to the Child Welfare Committee, who has the responsibility to plan the rehabilitation program. Therefore, our discussions in any of the forums becomes meaningless because we go on looking at the act, the sector, what section, what, no. The basic principle comes from the best interest of the child. The presumption of innocence when it is a case of child. I wish you had that, just put that slide on the, just make sure that we understand that there needs to be guiding principles which will take us to where we are. And the fact that, go to the next. Go, oh. Okay, and it is very important that we realize that it is not going to be governed by the legislations, it is going to be governed by these principles which are listed here. And I will just go to the fact that after 1989 the CRC came. In 10 years' time we came with an optional protocol because we saw the CRC was not sufficient enough to deal with issues of sexual abuse. Then today we heard about the CSAM, the new word which is coming up. And it is an evolving, the most dynamic thing today is the internet space. And therefore the responses need to be there, so everything is happening. Last year and this year we have the Supreme Court and the NHRC giving guidelines on what to do with CSAM. We are working with the state to make sure that we have some state guidelines and action points. And therefore it is important that we realize what we do in terms of like what is it that we look at the basic principles, which I thought I'll just show you. Just here, the best interest of the child is defined by the views of the child. The best interest definition, how do we really make it happen? So you need to listen to the child. And within the legislations, we have a lot of spaces in terms of MTP, in terms of whether you want to medical examination. There are provisions which are based on the views of the child. There is the necessity to look at the child's identity. We are talking about tribal children. We are talking about children from all around. So we need to look at the culture, the identity of the child, vulnerabilities of the child, and preservation of the family. The family as the most important unit. But then even there, if the child wants to remain with the family or not, is something that the child will decide. when there is a POCSO case, and that is where it is important for us to realize that the best interest of the child is the most important thing that we need to do. Look at the guiding principles. I am not talking from anything. This is under Section 3 of the JJ Act. It's a full chapter. And let me tell you, I was interviewing people for the JJBs and CWCs. Out of the 600 people we interviewed, not even 3 knew about the guiding principles. Now, all of us sitting here have been in this business for donkey's years. If we are not governed by these basic principles which are there, and if we don't start our judicial training programs, starting with these mandates which are there, which should guide every action we take. And therefore, it is necessary that we understand and move forward in this direction. I'm just not going into the details of what needs to be done. And what is the objective of to these meetings? Why are we called us all together here? I'll just go to that and then finish. I'm just skipping all these. Yeah, just to look at these objectives. Why are we here? The business is to look at required policy reforms. Now, the policy reforms, I think I just loved what was said by you, because holding a mirror to yourself and being realistic about what is happening is the most important aspect of starting. If you don't say the truth, if you don't say what is the problem, we will never be able to solve it. And I think articulation and honesty is the first thing. And in terms of the policy, I think the best interest of the child, and how do we bring these focus onto the best interest? How do we bring the focus of our trainings into these aspects where these guiding principles are there which should guide us? Which is like, which is the most important thing. The object of the legislation, if this is the most beautiful thing about the act, is that why we say POCSO and JJ needs to be read together, because POCSO's role is limited. The rehabilitation role is under the JJ Act, and it needs to be governed here by these principles. And therefore, how do we bring that in our discussion? How do we bring those in our policies becomes critical. The second is interagency cooperation, collaboration. I think you heard what Barossa is doing. You heard what She Teams is doing. You heard what is happening in this state. Mushmi was here. She is doing this regular review, monthly reviews with these people, making sure things are moving. You have the commission, Children's Commission, who is mandated to be doing such functions everywhere. And interagency coordination does not happen sitting like this. This is upper-lower relationship. I am just talking to you. You are not challenging me. We need to have settings where we sit around, put the problems, hold the mirror to ourselves, say the problems up front. Then collaboration and working together becomes a reality. And that is the most important thing. And I think before we go into the last one, I have this to show. The whole dimension of human rights, child rights, start with the human dignity of the child. The dignity of the child in terms of when happens discrimination, abuse, exploitation, silences the child, de-dignifies the child. It does the maximum harm. Any sexual offense does the maximum harm, which takes ages for the child to come back. And there, for those voiceless, we are saying we need to rehabilitate, reintegrate, and give them, restore them back. And that restoration process is not an easy job. And POCSO courts do not do anything about it, because your role does not have anything to do with those. And that is done by CWC and others, who needs all support in making sure that the child from voicelessness comes back to a voice, gets back the voice, being natural, being able to survive, thrive, and go ahead in life. And I think it is not to learn from international experiences. It is in making sure that our good practices of Barossa, what we are doing, becomes a national, international good practice. The challenge before us is to bring people to take it to that level. And I take that challenge with you today to make sure that we are able to make a difference in the life of the children and not just as POCSO court judges, not just as police officers, but we as a collective, staying together because the child needs it. The offenses, sexual offenses, does maximum damage to children. To revive them, it just does not work with one or two, but with all of us. And together, let us make this workshop a success and let every child enjoy their rights. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. George. So we have heard Mr. Sri.A.Revanth Reddy, who has given good narration of child rights and historical exploitation of children in various forms, the obligation of all the stakeholders, and he has shared his personal experience and pointed out deficiencies in the system like lack of clinical psychologists, overburdening of special courts dealing with POCSO cases, and practical difficulty he has faced when he was district judge of Vizag and Sangareddy. And Mr. Sonikuti George has enlightened all of us about the importance of JJ Act and rehabilitation, his PowerPoint presentation on best interest of child, and necessity of all the judges to upgrade their knowledge in JJ Act, which are in tandem with the POCSO Act. I think should alert all the stakeholders, especially the judges who are presiding the POCSO courts. And Mr. Kuti George's presentation on dignity of child, and also the importance of restoration and rehabilitation of the child all needs to be paid attention at all levels. So to conclude this session, let me tell all of you present here, we are short of specialists and experts. All of us know. We have infrastructure, we have funds, we have policy makers, we have everything, but we are lacking specialists and experts. There are some things which I cannot elaborate, but when we are notifying posts for appointment of judges, you know, there are many applicants, but it has become very difficult for us to select them. Outside, there is a criticism that there is lack of employment. But let it be an eye-opener for all of us. There are many sources of employment, but people got used to less work and more money. I don't know whether this is a problem in Telangana or everywhere in India. People want less work, a job without any expertise and regular salary. We need to change our attitude. We have to upgrade our skills at all levels. We need experts. We need judges. Now we do not have separate cadre for judges dealing with POCSO cases. Separate cadre is a very difficult task. However, in my personal view, there should be special courts and dedicated courts to deal with POCSO cases. For example, if there are 300 cases, the judge should deal only with the POCSO cases. Otherwise, you will not achieve the objects of this POCSO Act and GJ Act. And if the disposal rate is good and it is less than 100, depending upon the nature of work and the trial schedule, the judge can be assigned other ones. But if the cases are more than 150, according to me, there should be special dedicated courts to deal with POCSO cases. And let me appreciate the Telangana police force who have received appreciation from all quarters, including the Honorable Supreme Court in operating these Bharosa centers. These Bharosa centers in Telangana have created a great space for women protection, and it is a matter of pride for all the Telangana people that Supreme Court has taken cognizance of this and said that this Telangana model should be followed in other states. So I congratulate all the police officers present here. So thank you very much for participating in this session, and even after a lunch and tea break. Thank you.
Esteemed guests. Now, we would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to His Lordship and other honored resource persons for sparing their valuable time and kindness in gracing this occasion by felicitating them. For this, I humbly request Honorable Sri C.H. Ramesh Babu, Principal District and Session Judge, Jaishankar, Bhupalpalli District, to kindly present a memento to His Lordship, Honorable Sri Justice B. Reddy, Judge, High Court for the State of Telangana. I humbly request Honorable Srimati G. Neelima, Principal District and Session Judge, Medak District, to kindly present a memento to Honorable Sri Sri.A.Revanth, Chief Judge, City Civil Court, Hyderabad. I also humbly request Srimati Chandana, Member SCPCR, to kindly present a memento to Sri Sonikuti George, Child Protection Specialist, UNICEF. Now I seek the permission of the Honorable Chair to declare the session closed. Thank you. Thank you, Miller. And the session is continued. There is no tea break, please. Due to lack of time. I, on behalf of State Legal Services Authority, Hyderabad, Women Safety Wing, Telangana State Police, in collaboration with Women Development and Child Welfare, Telangana State Legal Services Authority, and UNICEF, welcome all the honorable high dignitaries, invited guests, participants present here, ladies and gentlemen, to this consultation meet for technical session 3 on providing free legal aid to the child victims under Legal Services Authority Act 1987, role of State Legal Services Authority in disbursing the compensation schemes of NALSA for the protection of children. It is now my honor to invite Honorable Sri Justice P.R. Madhusudan Rao, Judge High Court for the State of Telangana, to kindly adorn the dais. Milord, please. Now I humbly request Honorable Sri G.V. Subramaniam Sir, District and Session Judge retired and former Member Secretary, Telangana State Legal Services Authority, Hyderabad, to kindly adorn the dais. To begin with, I humbly seek permission of Honorable Chair to declare the session as open. Milord, please. Thank you, Milord. The session is declared as open. Every great event begins with a heartfelt welcome. Milord. Milord, please. Sapling.
Sapling? You can give it afterwards.
Every great event begins with a heartfelt welcome. To do the honors, may I now request Srimati Lakshmi Sharada Madam, Principal District and Session Judge, Surapet, to kindly present a sapling to Honorable Sri Justice B.R. Madhusudan Rao, Judge High Court for the State of Telangana, Hyderabad. I also request Honorable Sri Boya Srinivasul Sir, Principal District and Session Judge, to kindly present a sapling to Honorable Sri G.V. Subramaniam Sir. As our speakers make their way to the stage, I urge each one of you to open your mind to new ideas, engage actively, and soak in the valuable insights. I now request Honorable Chair to commence the session. Thank you, Milord.
A very good evening to one and all, and welcome to the state level stakeholders consultation meet 25 on voice for the voiceless, rights and protection of children of sexual abuse. I'll see that I may not receive any slip from the member secretary and I complete this thing within 10 minutes. The reasons for forming the Legal Service Authority is to implement Article 39A of the Constitution, which directs the state to provide free legal aid to ensure that opportunities for securing justice are not denied to any citizen by reason of economic or other disability, and to systemize the institutionalized legal aid services that were previously ad hoc or run by voluntary organizations, to make justice more accessible and reduce the burden of courts through alternative mechanisms like Lok Adalat, and to uphold the principles of justice for all, not just for the privileged. The Supreme Court of India, in a series of judgments in 1970 and 1980, like Husainiara Khatun vs. State of Bihar, emphasized the importance of legal aid as part of fundamental rights under Article 21. Several critical debates took place between 1950 and 1980, both in legal circles and government policies forums. Legal aid, a right or a charity? One major debate was whether legal aid should be considered a fundamental right or a welfare service. Progressive judges like Justice P.N. Bhagwati argued that legal aid is part of the fundamental rights of equality under Article 14 and Article 21.
and others feared that such a right would place unsustainable financial demands on the state. Should legal aid be administered by the judiciary or to maintain neutrality or by the executive for efficiency? The final decision favored judicial leadership to preserve impartiality and public confidence. Why legal aid? There were disagreements over how to define the weaker sections of the society. Some favored broad inclusions and others argued for a more restricted income-based approach. And the federal neutrals of India led by discussions about how much control the central government should have versus allowing the state authorities in implementing the legal aid programs. The formation of legal service authority system took place in phases involving key reports, committees and legislative actions. Law Commission report, 14th Law Commission report of 1958 and under MCRHRD was the first to recommend systematic legal aid. Later, 42nd and 48th report further emphasized legal aid as essential to justice. Justice Krishna Iyer Committee 1973, this committee led by Justice V.R. Krishna Iyer emphasized that the poor must have the same access to courts as the rich, and the state must be responsible for ensuring it. The formation of CILAS 1980, that is the Committee for Implementing Legal Aid Schemes, was created under Justice P.N. Bhagwati. It proposed a nationally coordinated legal aid structure and played a vital role in spreading Lok Adalats and legal literacy. Legal Service Authority Act 1987, passed by the Parliament to give statutory background to legal aid schemes, and it created the National Legal Service Authority and its counterparts at the state and district level. The Act was implemented in 1995, delayed due to logical and financial concerns. Justice P.N. Bhagwati often called the father of the legal aid movement in India. And what is the genesis of Legal Services Authority system? In 1958, 14th Law Commission report was given. The significance is that first official recommendation for legal aid. And in 1973, Justice Krishna Iyer Committee, legal aid as a constitutional responsibility. And 1976, 42nd Constitutional Amendment added Article 39A, free legal aid, made a directive principles. 1980, formation of CILAS, Justice Bhagwati coordinated national legal aid schemes. 1987, Legal Service Authority Act passed, provided statutory basics for legal aid institutions, and 1985, Act is enforced, NALSA is established, full implementation of structural legal aid system. Now, the session deals with providing free legal aid to the child victims under Legal Service Authority Act 1987, role of State Legal Service Authority in distributing the compensation, schemes of NALSA for the protection of children. I think this session will enlighten you about the Legal Service Authority Act, and I request Mr. Subramaniam to take over the session.
Honorable Sri Justice Masoodan Rao Garu, the chairperson of the session, most respected judges of the Honorable High Court for the State of Telangana, sitting in the audience, Honorable Minister who has arrived just now and sitting in the audience, and respected police officers, respected judicial officers and other stakeholders. Because we are running short of time, I do not want it to come in the way, because I am told that the Muharram processions are going on, so you may have traffic problems, transportation problems. Therefore, I also, while sailing with your chair, would like to conclude the session at the earliest. But it becomes an imperative for me to deal the subject at least cursorily. As we all know, section 2Y of BNSS defines the victim means a person who has suffered any loss or injury caused by reason of the act or omission of the accused person, and includes the guardian or legal heir of such victim. Why the definition of the victim has included the guardian is the aspect which requires an appreciation. We all know that particularly in sexual offences, when the victim suffers mental and physical trauma, there should be somebody in the family to attend to their needs. And obviously they have to have many sacrifices to meet their requirements and to bring them out of trauma and to have some reparation. I recollect one such incident where a 12-year girl was sexually molested, and her mother was an employee in central government. I may impress upon you that the child underwent such a traumatic situation that she was afraid to come out of the house. She was afraid to see any male person. Even she was afraid to look at her own father. Such was the situation. In such situation, the mother was compelled to go on long leave for a period of 2 years and to take care of the child and see that she would come out of this traumatic condition. She was taken to psychiatrist, etc. So it is the guardian. The victim does not mean the one who has suffered the sexual assault directly, but it includes the guardian of the victim also. Therefore, with the wisdom of the lawmakers, with the wisdom of the Honorable Supreme Court, in view of the various decisions of the Honorable Supreme Court, the definition of victim has been expanded, and it includes the guardian and legal heir of such victim. I once again say that why the guardian has been included. Because our topic today is to deal with the compensation payable to the guardians or victims. Many a time the victims may not come forward to submit an application to either DLSA or SLSA. It is their guardians who will be coming forward to submit the application. Such applications have to be decided by the DLSA or MLSA respectively, considering various conditions, which I would narrate later. A sexual assault victim means a female who has suffered mental or physical injury or both as a result of sexual offense, including sections 74 to 79, 64 to 70 as per the new BNS. And who is the dependent? Because the subject is with regard to disbursal of the benefits of the scheme, it is necessary for me to define the dependent also. Who is dependent? Dependent includes husband, father, mother, grandparents, unmarried daughter, and minor children of the victim as determined by the State Legal Services Authority or District Legal Service Authority on the basis of the report of the Subdivisional Magistrate of the concerned area or SHO or investigating officer, or on the material placed on record by the dependents by way of affidavit or on its own inquiry. here at this stage, in my little experience when I was working as Member Secretary of State Legal Services Authority, I have come across that whenever lump sum amount is to be paid to the victim or their dependents, as per the schemes promulgated or framed by NALSA or central government, the unfortunate situation I have seen is that several dependents were coming forward to claim the compensation, leaving apart the safety, security and other things which the victim desire. Then in such situation, SLSA or DLSA is depending on the inquiry to be caused by the investigating officer or the particular revenue authority, subdivisional magistrate. In my experience, I say there is inordinate delay in deciding as to who will be the dependent to receive the compensation. Unfortunately, in few cases, even Guardians and Wards Act OPs were filed to determine who will be the legal heir. Who will be the legal heir to receive the compensation on behalf of the victim. Such situation need to be answered by us, because the last clause of the dependent defines that it can be by way of an affidavit submitted by the dependents or on its own inquiry. So whenever such application is submitted, my appeal to all my stakeholders or all my members of DLSAs and the Honorable Member Secretary of SLSA is to determine the dependents as expeditiously as possible. Of course, the rules and schemes also contemplate that it should be decided within 60 days. So there is inordinate delay with regard to that. Then with regard to eligibility of compensation, a woman victim or her dependent or dependents, as the case may be, shall be eligible for grant of compensation from multiple schemes applicable to her. While assessing the compensation awarded earlier under section 357 is supposed to be excluded. Recently, a scheme has been framed by the central government and NALSA also, which is called as Compensation Scheme for Women Victims and Survivors of Sexual Assault and Other Crimes. In the said scheme, fund does mean a victim compensation fund constituted under the state compensation scheme. Central fund means fund received from CVCF scheme 2015, and women victim compensation fund means a fund segregated for disbursement for women victim out of state victim compensation fund and central fund. We all know that probably many of the stakeholders would know that in the recent past the Telangana state government has enhanced the upper limit of the compensation to be payable to 10 lakh rupees for various offences which have been enunciated in the schedule. So of course for various offences some particular slab has been fixed. I request the stakeholders to go through that schedule. And humbly request the Panchakshari Garu, the State Legal Services Authority, to circulate the GO that has been issued by the state government and other concerned material with regard to the payment of compensation. So whenever a recommendation is made by a court for compensation, the DLSA or SLSA, as the case may be, shall decide the quantum of compensation to be awarded in the scheme referred earlier. And the procedure for submitting the application claiming the compensation is, it is mandatory to report FIR. Unless the FIR is issued, neither the victim nor the dependents will have any right to submit an application claiming the compensation. The SHO shall mandatorily share a soft copy or hard copy of the FIR immediately after registration with the SLSA or DLSA. The earlier speaker was saying, some George, that there are many latches where an FIR is registered either against the child or when there is a victim, that FIR is not being communicated to DLSA forthwith. So once again, my appeal to my DLSA secretaries is to foresee that whenever the FIR is registered, it would reach to you at the earliest within 24 hours. An application for award of interim compensation or final compensation can be made by victim or her dependents or the SHO concerned. See the beauty of the act, that even the SHO also empowered to submit an application for seeking compensation, because some immediate needs have to be met. Immediate needs have to be met when a sexual assault is made against a minor child victim, because she needs some medical assistance, she has to be taken to the hospital, she requires some treatment, etc. Therefore, even the SHO is empowered to submit an application to the DLSA or SLSA, as the case may be, for seeking interim compensation also. There are provisions under all the schemes formulated by NLS and NALSA, that interim compensation also can be decided by DLSA. The place of filing the application for compensation is either DLSA or SLSA, and the secretary has to thoroughly go through the schemes announced by NALSA and the central government, and the DLSA secretary is supposed to decide the quantum of compensation to be paid. And there is a special provision for acid attack cases. When I was working in Madanapalle long back, of course during those days these good provisions were not available. A beautiful girl fell in love with somebody, and because he came to know that somebody is also loving her, one ill-fated day he has taken her to a park and he poured an acid on her face. The beautiful girl completely devastated, completely ruined. How much compensation would really compensate? I have taken cognizance under section 307, but initially it was 326 A or something. I have taken under 307 and tried, and I gave conviction for 7 years, but the victim and her family members were not allowing me to go out of the chamber. They cornered my chamber, and they said that he should be hanged till that, or he should be imprisoned for life. The section doesn't warrant at that time. So as far as acid attacks are concerned, there is criminal injury compensation board. There is a criminal injury compensation board consisting of the principal district judge, SP, and the district magistrate, civil surgeon, and CMO of the district. So all these authorities can decide the compensation payable to them. I have already received a chit that I should complete. Cursal, if speedily, I will just refer to the factors to be considered while deciding the compensation. Okay, that have been mentioned in the probably the material supplied to you, but to have an overview that to know that. The gravity of the offence and severity of physical or mental harm or injury suffered by the child is the paramount consideration. The expenditure incurred are likely to be incurred for medical treatment. Then loss of educational opportunity, loss of employment as a result of offence, the relationship of the child with the offender, whether the abuse was a single isolated incident or took place over a period of time, whether the child became pregnant as a result of the offence, whether the child has contracted any STD, whether the child contracted HIV or any other disability suffered by the child, and the financial condition of the child and any other factors that can be considered by the DLSA are the points to be considered while deciding the quantum of compensation. Finally, because my subject also says that I am supposed to make you know the different schemes announced by the NALSA, I'll just let you know. There is one child-friendly legal services for children scheme 2024. NALSA child-friendly legal services for children scheme 2024. I request all of you to go through the material that will be furnished by the member secretary. Then second scheme is this particular scheme has taken into consideration the latest decisions rendered by the Hon'ble Supreme Court and the developments that have taken place, and by overriding the earlier schemes called NALSA Child Friendly Legal Services to Children and Protection Scheme 2015, Legal Services for Differently Abled Children Scheme 2021. By going through the loopholes of those two schemes or unanswered aspects of those schemes, this particular scheme which I just now read, that is NALSA Child Friendly Legal Services for Children Scheme 2024 has been announced. Please go through the whole scheme, so that it will be very handy for you while deciding the quantum of compensation. There are 5 other schemes which have been framed by the central government and NALSA. They are the National Policy for Children 2013, the Mission Vatsalya scheme for 2022, Model Foster Care Guidelines 2024, Scheme for Care and Support to Victims under Sections 4 and 6 of POCSO Act 2012. Finally, this NALSA's compensation scheme for women victims, survivors of sexual assault and other crimes 2018. In view of the paucity of time, I may not consume your time, but I just finally conclude, because we, the judicial officers, while teaching in the Judicial Academy, we have the habit of telling 1 or 2 citations, so that we will have some cite while deciding as to how to answer the particular issues. All the stakeholders, particularly judicial DLSS, may kindly note down these 2 decisions. 2013 Part 6 SEC 770, Ankush Shivaji Gaikwad versus State of Maharashtra. Number 2, 2015 Part 5 SEC 197, State of MP versus Mehta. Finally, 2018 SEC Online 2772 Nipun Saxena versus Union of India. All these decisions I request the learned members to go through and come to the needy, come to the rescue of victims, and all said and done, whether the schemes are being properly implemented or not, I will leave to the discretion of my brothers and sisters. Thank you, one and all.
Closing remarks.
Sri G.V. Subramaniam Garu, he is a retired district judge and a former member secretary of Telangana State Legal Service Authority. He has taken us to the BNS, different provisions of BNSS and the definitions of dependent, and how the compensation has to be dealt with by the State Legal Service Authority and the District Legal Service Authority, and moreover the mandatory provision that FIR should be given at the earliest, so that the victim can get the compensation, either interim or full compensation, whatever it may be. And he has also dealt with the practical difficulties faced by the legal service secretaries in respect of delay in receiving the compensations, and the eligibility, multiple applications filed by the persons to claim the compensation, and also taken you to the latest schemes of NALSA and the earlier schemes of NALSA, and the upper limit of 10 lakhs compensation to the victim for different kinds of offences, and also about the board and the factum of consideration to be decided while granting compensation. And finally, he has fulfilled his desire by quoting 3 judgments of the Hon'ble Supreme Court. And with this, I hope that this session might be helpful to all the stakeholders, as new schemes have come into play from 2024. With this, I thanks one and all for your patience hearing.
Thank you, my lord. Now, for all of you have to excuse me for retaining you all for 10 more minutes. In the audience, the Honorable Minister, Panchayat Raj and Rural Development, Women and Child Welfare, Telangana State, Honorable Srimati D. Anasuya Sitaka is present. Madam, I request you to come on to the dais. Since the Women Development and Child Welfare is one of the organizer of this consultation meet 2025, actually Madam has to participate in the valediction ceremony, but due to some unavoidable circumstances, Madam is going to visit Madam's constituency. So that is why Madam wanted to attend the consultation meet to address you all. In spite of Madam's busy schedule, Madam arrived here. Madam, now I request Madam Srimati D. Anasuya Sitaka to address the participants.
A warm good evening to all respected High Court judges and district judges, state legal cell authorities and police officials and Women and Child Welfare Department officials, SCPR members, CWC members and all other esteemed dignitaries present here. It is a great honor to welcome you all to this occasion. Your presence here signifies the collective commitment to justice, dignity and the role of the strengthen the very foundation of our democracy. In this very spirit, we must confront one of the most pressing challenges of our time: sexual violence against children and women. It is a deeply disturbing issue that shakes the moral and social fabric of our nation. Recognizing the gravity of such acts, our government has responded with seriousness and urgency and compassion, ensuring that justice is swift and support to survivors is unwavering. We had stood firmly by the victims, providing immediate support, including covering their medical expenses entirely through government funds. Offenders were arrested without delay and strict legal action was initiated. I am proud to share that in nearly 90% of such cases, the culprits were convicted and sentenced to rigorous imprisonment, ensuring justice for the victims. To further strengthen victims' support, we are setting up a green channel mechanism to provide compensation to POCSO victims without bureaucratic delays. No survivor should suffer again by being caught in the red tape of the system. At the same time, we have gone behind surface level actions to identify and address the root causes of sexual violence. Investigations by our police department revealed that a significant number of these cases were linked to substance abuse, particularly the use of ganja. Therefore, under the leadership of our Chief Minister A.Revanth Reddy, the Telangana government is taking stringent measures to eradicate drug abuse. A dedicated narcotics division has been established within the police department. Aggressive crackdowns are underway on the transportation, sale and use of ganja and other drugs. So actually ఇక్కడ జరిగేటువంటి చాలా ఇష్యూస్ అంతా చాలా చిన్న పిల్లల మీద జరిగే సివియర్ అటాక్ అండ్ రేప్స్ మర్డర్స్లో ఎక్కువ ఈ డ్రగ్స్ అండ్ ఇది ఎక్కువ కనిపిస్తుంది. దాన్ని వాళ్ళు తీసుకున్నటువంటి వాళ్ళే ఎక్కువ కనిపిస్తున్నారు. మేము చాలా కేసెస్ను వెళ్ళినప్పుడు విక్టిమ్స్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు చిన్న చిన్న పిల్లల మీద జరిగినటువంటి రేప్స్ కానీ మర్డర్స్ కానీ లేదా ఓల్డ్ ఏజ్ ఉమెన్ మీద జరిగేటువంటి అట్రాసిటీస్ కానీ ఎక్కువ డ్రగ్స్ అడిక్టెడ్ పర్సన్సే ఇందులో ఉంటున్నారు. సో దాని మీద ఈనాటి మా గవర్నమెంట్ కూడా బాగా ఫోకస్ చేసి నార్కటిక్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ని కూడా స్ట్రెంథన్ చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. అధికారులను కూడా ఎక్కువ ఐడెంటిఫై చేసి ఎక్కువ ఫోకస్డ్గా వర్క్ చేసే విధంగా మరి సీఎం గారు దృష్టి పెట్టడం జరిగింది. మేమంతా మా ఉమెన్ అండ్ చైల్డ్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ నుంచి కూడా మేము చేస్తూ ఉన్నాం. సో విక్టిమ్స్ ఎవరైతే ఉన్నారో జస్టిస్ అనేది డిలే అవ్వడము లేదా చాలా చాలా చోట్లకు తిప్పడము, వచ్చినటువంటి వాళ్ళే బాధతో వస్తుంటారు కాబట్టి వాళ్ళని ఎక్కువ డిలే చేయడము ఎక్కువ ఇబ్బంది పెట్టే విధంగా ఆఫీసర్స్ బిహేవియర్ ఉంటే ఇంకా సఫర్ అవుతూ ఉంటారు. సో కోర్టు జడ్జెస్ కావచ్చు, పోలీస్ ఆఫీసర్స్ కావచ్చు, లేదా గ్రౌండ్ లెవెల్లో ఐడెంటిఫై చేసేటువంటి మా ఉమెన్ అండ్ చైల్డ్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ కావచ్చు, ఖచ్చితంగా ఒక హ్యుమానిటీతో మానవతా దృక్పథంతో ఎక్కువ దాన్ని అఫెక్షనేట్గా మనం వాళ్ళను రిసీవ్ చేసుకొని వాళ్లకు మానసికమైనటువంటి స్థైర్యాన్ని ధైర్యాన్ని అదేవిధంగా వాళ్ళు ఫేస్ చేసినటువంటి ఆ ఇన్సిడెంట్ను క్లియర్గా చెప్పే విధంగా అంటే డేర్ చేసి చెప్పే విధంగా వాళ్ళకు ఒక అమ్మలాగా ఒక అక్కలాగా ఒక కుటుంబ సభ్యుల్లాగా లేదా బ్రదర్ ఫాదర్ అలాంటి ఫీలింగ్ను మనం ఇస్తే ఖచ్చితంగా వాళ్ళు వచ్చి వాళ్ళ సమస్యను మనకు ఈజీగా చెప్పుకోవడానికి యాక్సెస్ ఉంటుంది. సో మన బిహేవియర్ కూడా చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. వచ్చినటువంటి విక్టిమ్తో మనం ఆఫీసర్ లాగా వాళ్ళ విక్టిమ్ లాగా కాకుండా ఒక సఫరర్ వచ్చినప్పుడు మన ఇంట్లో సఫరర్ అయితే మనం ఎంత హర్ట్ అవుతాం బాధపడతామో ఆ ఫీలింగ్ను వాళ్ళ ముందు కనుక చూపిస్తే ఖచ్చితంగా వాళ్ళకు ఒక కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ వస్తుంది. ఎస్ నాకు ఖచ్చితంగా న్యాయం జరుగుతుంది, నేను వీళ్ళతో చెప్పుకోవడం మూలంగా నా సమస్య పరిష్కారం దొరుకుతుంది అనేది. అంటే వ్యవస్థలోనే కొంత అపనమ్మకాలు అనేది ఉంది, అది సిస్టమ్, దట్ ఈజ్ ట్రూ. అంటే మనం ఇక్కడికి పోతే ఇక్కడ అవుతుందా కాదు, మన బిహేవియర్ కూడా ఒక్కొక్క దగ్గర అంటే నా ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ఒక డాక్టర్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు వాళ్ళు ఏం ట్రీట్మెంట్ ఇస్తారు తర్వాత, బట్ వాళ్ళు రిసీవ్ చేసుకునే తీరులోనే ఆ డాక్టర్కు నమ్మకం, ఆ పేషెంట్కు నమ్మకం వస్తుంది. ఓకే ఈ డాక్టర్ బాగా రిసీవ్ చేసుకున్నాడు, నా బాధ విన్నాడు, చెప్తే నా జబ్బు పోతుంది అనే నమ్మకం అనేది రిసీవ్ దగ్గరే తెలిసిపోతుంది. అంటే సగం కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ అనేది వాళ్లకు మనం రిసీవ్ చేసుకునే దగ్గర ఆ కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ లెవెల్ పెరుగుతూ ఉంటుంది. సో ఖచ్చితంగా మనం ఇలాంటి విక్టిమ్స్ వచ్చినప్పుడు వాళ్ళకు కొంచెం టైం స్పెండ్ చేసి వాళ్ళతో విని వాళ్ళ బాధను తెలుసుకొని వాళ్ళకు సత్వర న్యాయం అందే విధంగా మనం చేస్తే ఇలాంటి సమస్యలకు కూడా కొంత బయటికి వచ్చి చెప్పుకోవడానికి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. సేమ్ టైంలో ఏదైతే ఈ గంజా ఈ డ్రగ్స్ మినేజ్ ఏదైతే ఉందో దాన్ని కూడా ఈ సొసైటీ నుంచి ఎరాడికేట్ చేసే విధంగా ఉక్కుపాదం మోపి అందరికీ అవేర్నెస్ ఇచ్చే విధంగా ఇక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి జడ్జెస్ కావచ్చు, డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ జడ్జెస్ కావచ్చు, పోలీస్ ఆఫీసర్స్ కావచ్చు, మనకందరికీ తెలుసు ప్రివెన్షన్ ఈజ్ బెటర్ దెన్ క్యూర్ ఏదైతే అంటామో, మరి అది మనం ఈ సమాజంలోకి ఆల్రెడీ చాలా వరకు మేము ఎప్పుడో ఇనేది ఎక్కడి నుంచో డ్రగ్స్ అంటే ఎక్కడో విదేశాలలో ఉంటుంది అట్లా ఇట్లా, కానీ అది మన ఊర్లలోకి వచ్చింది, పల్లెలలోకి వచ్చింది, స్కూళ్ళలోకి వచ్చింది, అంత చిన్న చిన్న పిల్లల్ని కూడా వెంటాడుతున్నటువంటి పరిస్థితి. ఈ క్రమంలో వాళ్ళు అది తీసుకున్నప్పుడేమో హీరోలాగా ఫీల్ అవుతుంటారు, అది లేనప్పుడు చాలా చాలా ఘోరంగా ప్రవర్తిస్తూ ఉంటారు, షేక్ అయిపోతూ ఉంటారు. వాళ్ళని మేము ఇప్పటికి కూడా ఊళ్ళలోకి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు అది గుర్తుపట్టగలిగే రకంగా వాళ్ళ నేచర్ కనబడుతుంది. సో పోలీస్ ఆఫీసర్స్ కూడా ప్రత్యేకంగా టీమ్స్ ఏర్పాటు చేసి వాళ్ళను గుర్తించి అసలు సొసైటీలో నుంచి అలాంటి దాన్ని ఎరాడికేట్ చేస్తూ వాళ్ళని ఈ అడిక్ట్ సెంటర్లలో పెట్టి వాళ్ళకి అవేర్నెస్ ఇచ్చి ఆ గంజా నుంచి, ఆ డ్రగ్స్, ఆ భూతం నుంచి వాళ్ళను మనం బయటికి తీసుకురాగలిగితే మరి అమ్మాయిలు కానీ పిల్లలు కానీ స్వేచ్ఛగా బయట తిరగగలుగుతారు. తప్పు చేసేటోడు అక్కడ ఉంటే మేము తలదించుకొని ఎన్ని రోజులు తిరగాలి, దాచుకొని ఎన్ని రోజులు తిరగాలి. తప్పు చేసేటోడు సొసైటీలో ఉండకూడదు, అది మనం చేయాలి. కానీ తప్పు చేసేటోడు యథేచ్ఛగా తప్పు చేస్తాడు, చట్టాల నుంచి తప్పించుకొని తిరుగుతా, మీరు మాత్రం ఆడపిల్లలు అమ్మాయిలు దాచుకొని ఉండండి అంటే ఇది కరెక్ట్ కాదు. కాబట్టి ఖచ్చితంగా సొసైటీ నుంచి ఈ భూతాన్ని మనం తీసేయాలి. తర్వాత అమ్మాయిలకు తొందరగా ఈ న్యాయం జరిగే విధంగా చూడాలి. సేమ్ టైంలో ఈ ఏదైతే ఇన్సిడెంట్ జరుగుతున్నదో పనిష్మెంట్ కూడా సత్వరమే నిందితులు ఎవరైతే ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళకు ఖచ్చితంగా పనిష్మెంట్స్ అనేది ఫాస్ట్గా ఇస్తే కొంత అది భయము ఉండాలి, భక్తి ఉండాలి, అవేర్నెస్ ఉండాలి, చట్టాల మీద అవగాహన ఉండాలి సొసైటీకి. ఉన్నప్పుడు ఈ తప్పు చేస్తే ఇది పనిష్మెంట్ ఉంటుంది, నా కుటుంబం నుంచి నేను వెలివేయబడతా అనే భయం కూడా ఉంటుంది. సేమ్ టైంలో విక్టిమ్స్ కూడా ఒక భరోసా ఉండాలి. అందుకనే మా మహిళా సెంటర్స్లలో సఖి కానీ, భరోసా కానీ ఇవన్నీ విత్ కోalition విత్ పోలీస్ ఆఫీసర్స్తో కలిసి కొన్ని ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ కూడా మేము చేస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ఇంకా చైల్డ్ ప్రొటెక్షన్ అనేది చాలా చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. పిల్లలు అనేవాళ్ళు దేవుళ్ళతో సమానం, కానీ పిల్లల మీద అత్యాచారాలు జరగడం అనేది మరి మనం పిల్లల్ని దేవునితో చూస్తున్నప్పుడు ఇలాంటి ఘటనలు జరిగినప్పుడు పిల్లల మీద అది ఎక్కడికి ఎఫెక్ట్ అవుతుందంటే మనం దేవుడితో సమానం అనుకునే అటువంటి పిల్లల మీద జరుగుతుందంటే అది ఒక రకంగా దేవుడి మీద జరుగుతున్నటువంటి ఒక అఘాయిత్యం లాగా అంటే భావన అనేది అట్లాంటి సిచ్యువేషన్ అనేది వస్తుంటుంది. సో పిల్లల్ని మనం మహిళల్ని కూడా అంటాం అంటే స్త్రీలు ఎక్కడ గౌరవించబడతారో అక్కడ మరి దేవతలు కొలువై ఉంటారని. సో పిల్లలది కానీ స్త్రీలది కానీ ఈ రకమైనటువంటి దేవతలతో పోల్చి చూస్తాం. కాబట్టి ఈ సమాజంలో ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ మహిళలు ముఖ్యంగా పిల్లలు సగర్వంగా తలెత్తుకొని స్వేచ్ఛగా తిరగగలిగేటువంటి వాతావరణం రావాలి అంటే మరి నిందితులకు ఖచ్చితమైన కఠినమైన శిక్షలు సత్వరమే జరిగితే కొంత ఆ నమ్మకం అనేది వస్తుంది. ఏది మహిళలకు, పిల్లలకు, బాధితులకు. సో ఆ బాధితులను ఆదుకునే విధంగా ప్రభుత్వం నుంచి మేము కూడా అన్ని రకాల చర్యలు తీసుకుంటాం. కానీ ఆఫీసర్సు, తీర్పులు చెప్పే జడ్జెస్, మరి అదేవిధంగా వాళ్ళకు భరోసానిచ్చే ఉమెన్ అండ్ చైల్డ్ మా డిపార్ట్మెంట్, మనం అందరం కలిసి ఒక కుటుంబంలో మన ఇంట్లో ఒక పాప ఉంటే ఎట్లయితే మనం వాళ్ళని చూసుకుంటామో ఆ రకమైనటువంటిది రక్షణ కానుంచి మొదలు పెడితే శిక్ష వరకు మనం రక్షించుకుంటాము. కానీ నిందితులు ఎవరైతే ఉంటారో వాళ్లకు శిక్షించే వరకు కూడా ఆ యూనిటీ, ఆ ఫ్యామిలీ లాగా మనం అందరం ఒక టీం వర్క్ చేసి ఒక కుటుంబం లాగా ఏ రాష్ట్రంలో ఏ చిన్న పాపకు, ఏ మహిళకు ఎక్కడ అన్యాయం జరిగినా జడ్జెస్ కాడ నుంచి మొదలు పెడితే ఎఫ్ఐఆర్ అయినా అక్కడి నుంచి మొదలు పెడితే జడ్జెస్ వరకు ఆ ఒక లక్ష్యంతో పనిచేసి నిందితుడికి కఠినమైనటువంటి శిక్షించాలి, వీళ్లకు మంచి న్యాయం జరగాలి. ఇదే కాన్సెప్ట్ తోటి అందరం పనిచేద్దామని తెలియజేస్తూ నాకు ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చిన మీ అందరికీ నమస్కారాలు, ధన్యవాదాలు.
థ్యాంక్ యూ మ్యామ్. మేమందరము కోర్టులలో ఎప్పుడు ఏ అమ్మాయి ఎవిడెన్స్కి వచ్చినా కూడా చాలా జాగ్రత్తగా, శ్రద్ధగా, కేర్ తీసుకొని వాళ్ళు ఒక ఫ్రీ అట్మాస్ఫియర్లో సాక్ష్యం చెప్పే విధంగా మా జడ్జెస్ అందరూ కృషి చేస్తూ ఉన్నారు. అందుకే మాకు సెపరేట్ విట్నెస్ డిపోజిషన్ సెంటర్స్ అని, చైల్డ్ ఫ్రెండ్లీ ఇన్ కెమెరా ప్రొసీడింగ్స్ అని జడ్జెస్ ఛాంబర్లో ఎవిడెన్స్ రికార్డ్ చేసినటువంటి సందర్భాలు ఉన్నాయి మేము. తప్పకుండా మేము పిల్లల యొక్క హక్కుల్ని రక్షించడంలో మేము కూడా ముందుంటాము. అదేవిధంగా ఇక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి పార్టిసిపేట్స్ అందరూ కూడా మీరు చెప్పిన విధంగా నడుచుకుంటారని మేము ఆశిస్తూ ఉన్నాము. నౌ ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ Srimati Anita Ramchandran Madam, Secretary to Government, Women Development and Child Welfare, to present a sapling and felicitate Madam Honorable Srimati D. Anasuya Sitaka.
మా డిపార్ట్మెంట్
sapling. Ma'am, sapling వస్తుంది. మ్యామ్ ఇది Thank you, ma'am. Now I request respected Muhammad Abdul Rafi Garu, Principal District and Session Judge, Mahbubabad, to felicitate His Lordship Honorable Justice Sri Justice B.R. Madhusudan Rao Garu with a shawl and memento. Now I request Srimati SVP Surachandra Kala, Principal District Judge, Mulugu, to felicitate his Sir G.V. Subramaniam Garu, former District and Session Judge and Member Secretary, Telangana State Legal Service Authority. Thank you, my lords, and thank you J.V. Subramaniam Garu and Shashidhar Reddy Garu and C.H.K. Bhupati Garu for accepting our invitation and addressing the participants on the various topics. With this session, today's 3 sessions are closed. We will meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you. The officers who are staying in the MCRHRD restrooms, breakfast is provided for them tomorrow morning. Those who are coming from their homes, please understand. Please, all the participants officers are requested to be assembled in the auditorium by 9:30 a.m.